velocity as we get closer to that approach initiation burn, which is when things are really going to start to pick up. And again, we're tracking that in under an hour from now at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT. So we'll stand by for one more burn. Again, we'll wait to hear out once it starts. This one's planned to be about 40 seconds in length. Again, firing those Draco thrusters to begin moving Dragon just a little bit closer, just fine-tuning its path right now before we get to approach initiation.
Yeah, and actually we saw during the 5 sort of big burns that happened earlier in the mission that the Dragon spacecraft reoriented itself. So it did what we call a slew maneuver to try to get those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters, the ones that are underneath the nose cone, or rather protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion, to get those Draco thrusters to provide most of the momentum to the spacecraft. For most of the burns going from here on, we'll actually be using the service section thrusters. So there are 12 Draco engines that provide attitude control and small thruster corrections as we make these fine-tuned approaches to the space station.
And I mean, just watching the data, it's been all service section Dracos for this burn so far. So again, just a really slight burn, just to really fine-tune our path, to put Dragon in the right position before that approach initiation.
Dragon SpaceX, OOP burn complete, nominal burn.
And once again, OOP, there it is.
Dragon copies, nominal OOP burn. Thanks, Anna.
So one more nominal burn in the books. We are now 53 minutes away from the planned approach initiation. So before we get there, they are going to do a go, no-go between the teams, both in Hawthorne Mission Control right behind us and with the teams over there in Mission Control Houston. So they'll do that about 20 or so minutes before they get to the actual burn itself, which we are still tracking for under an hour from now, 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
Yeah, and it's really a chance for all of the subsystem area experts, so the folks who really understand the avionics and the guidance system and the propulsion system and their counterparts on the station side, to really take a look at the data on both spacecraft, make sure that both vehicles look healthy before they start going into what are a little bit more risky operations, because you're getting closer to the space station. Bob and Doug actually touched on it, and we've talked about it a few times. They're going about 17,500 miles an hour right now, which is just it's really, really fast, incredibly fast, especially when you put into perspective that most commercial airliners are around 500 miles an hour. So things happen very quickly unless you're very controlled about your approach maneuvers. And so these go, no-go polls serve as opportunities for the ground teams to feel confident that the spacecraft is going to perform as expected.
With that out-of-plane burn now in the books, the crew should be getting to go to start their suit donning in the next 15 or 20 minutes. And that'll be one of the go, no-go criteria we look for before they get to the approach initiation burn. And so we'll hear them. We saw they had the suits in bags just strapped into the seats next to them, as both seats 1 and 4 inside the spacecraft empty for this. So Bob and Doug able to store their suits in those seats. So it was pretty cool seeing them strapped in, almost like we saw Ripley strapped in last year on Demo 1. But they'll get into their suits and get strapped in, and then once again be monitoring those touchscreen controls, just watching Dragon systems as they start to move through the final approach.
Yeah, and the ground side and, of course, Bob and Doug on the vehicle will have some steps that they need to do here. We talked a little bit about suit donning. The ground side will actually give them a call, let them know that they're go to put on their spacesuits. Once they get into the spacesuits, there's a few checks that we need to do.
Dragon SpaceX for suit donning and pre-suit donning activities.
There it is.
Go ahead.
We are ready for you to step into suit donning a little early, and we have a couple of requests for you before you do so. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Sit on 2. Hey, Josh, are you guys seeing what you need to see from the cupola SSC?
We're ready to copy, Anna.
We're checking.
The first is that we noticed that the carry-on bags are temp stowed in the cabin. We ask that as a part of your suit donning that you please re-stow those because the material that
Station
they
Houston
are
on
made
2,
out of
thumbs
is
up
a
here.
flammability
Views,
risk.
it all looks good, thanks. Okay, great.
Okay, we'll restow those.
Thanks so much. Secondly, a reminder to please power off and clean each of your displays using your comfort garment, and then power back on as a part of your suit donning.
Okay, we will power off via the push buttons each display and then clean them with a comfort garment and then power each back on. How copy?
That's a perfect copy. And we will be putting the external video configuration in work as we speak, and we'll let you know when that's ready for your suit donning.
Okay, sounds good.
So the Corps there letting the crew to do a few actions. They talked about cleaning up the displays a little bit, making sure that they're nice to go before they step into that manual piloting test later on. Also the suit donning and camera reconfiguration, so give Bob and Doug a little bit of privacy while they slip into those spacesuits. And they actually mentioned the comfort garment there. It's actually it's a layer that they wear underneath the suit. It's kind of like soft, comfy material. I kind of think of it like soft, comfy pajamas, but it's like athletic material that they can use for soft touch cleaning items.
Yeah, one of the most common questions we get when we see spacesuits is kind of what's underneath, because we know that there's a lot of layers built in. For the large EMUs that they'll wear once they're doing spacewalks on board, which Bob Behnken received some training for, and we might be seeing him go out the door with Station Commander Chris Cassidy, who we can see start to peek into view there on the International Space Station. They have an actual liquid cooling garment that's flowing cool water, but I know the SpaceX suits were just able to use some cool air flowing through those umbilicals to help keep them cool while they're inside those suits. Because, I mean, we've called them kind of mini spacecraft inside a spacecraft. You're in a sealed environment, essentially, when everything's zipped up. So it can get kind of warm if you're just sitting in there by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I think it's something important to make the distinction there that the SpaceX suits are what we call IVA suits, or intravehicular activity suits. If you're thinking about, the EVA suits or extravehicular activity suits, they're a little bit different. The suits provide some protection. They've got that 3D printed helmet portion with the integrated mics. So of course that protects if the crew were to get a little bump or something during the ride or during some of those dynamic maneuvers. But more importantly, the suits provide protection if there were some kind of a depressurization event in the vehicle. If we were to somehow lose cabin pressure aboard, then those suits would inflate and keep pressure on Bob and Doug. Since we have about 14.7 psi depending on where you live on the ground, so the Dragon cabin's roughly about that as well. So it tries to keep them at an appropriate positive pressure differential to keep them safe. So the suit's important function for all the safety activities for the ascent portion. They also actually have some restraints.
And Dragon SpaceX cameras are now external.
It sounds like we're getting a lot of camera configuration work right now for the ones on Dragon. They're external now for on station. We see Chris Cassidy. He's going to do his best.
Dragon copies. And with that, Anna, we'll take that as our cue to start transitioning into our undersuit garments.
You are go.
There we go, Bob and Doug getting the go to start their suit-up procedures from the Corps here in Hawthorne and in Manon. Meanwhile, though, again, on board the space station, Chris Cassidy getting some cameras set up, so we hopefully get a pretty good view down that PMA hatch. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. Again, just as a data point for you, when that APAS hatch is open, they only have a little over 30 inches between the attachment point of that hatch and the bottom of the pressurized mating adapter where they're going to be coming through. But definitely big enough for the crew and definitely big enough for cargo that this version of Dragon's going to be bringing up on future flights starting later this year. It'll be the first flight of a cargo variant of this spacecraft, which, I mean, even that in of itself is going to be really exciting. There have been over 20 cargo deliveries on the original Cargo Dragon, which all went through this berthing procedure. To see one come up for cargo and dock that's just going to be another first that we have. So 2020 is already being a year of a lot of firsts, and still a lot more to come.
Yeah, in fact, actually, on those Cargo Dragon missions, a couple of the early Cargo Dragon missions actually brought the international docking adapters that both the Demo 1 vehicle and hopefully today's Demo 2 vehicle will attach to. And when we got that awesome look inside the Dragon spacecraft earlier with Bob and Doug, we got a little look at some of the cargo that they have underneath the seats. So they had a few cargo pallets and storage items down there. And, you know, this version of Dragon can also hold a decent amount of cargo in the pressurized section of the vehicle. So nice to see that all that is being taken advantage of on this test flight.
Yeah, and if you give me a few minutes, I could pull up the manifest for this flight. A lot of the cargo on the way uphill is things like vehicle spares, some hardware specific to Dragon itself that's going to stay on board station for future Dragon flights. They have some cold freezers on board, which are empty right now on the way up, but those are going to be packed full on the way back down. One thing that Dragon's always provided to the International Space Station is the ability to bring cargo home, as even the cargo version of Dragon had that heat shield and survived the heat of reentry to splash down in the ocean. And that's critical for bringing a lot of these science samples back down to Earth for analysis. A lot of the science gets done on the station, but you don't have an entire analysis laboratory, which are spread out all over planet Earth. So Dragon capsule has always been able to bring some of that cargo home, and when Bob and Doug come home in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, they're going to be bringing down a whole bunch of science samples. A lot of the stuff that goes into those cold sections and it gets a little gross, but it's a lot of the human research samples, so samples from the astronauts themselves. We don't like to call them guinea pigs, but they are the research subjects for a lot of the academic research being done on board the International Space Station.
Yeah, some of the crew members have been on, up to a year up there, and microgravity is definitely a different environment from Earth because you're constantly in a state of free fall. So subtle changes to the inner eye, subtle changes to your bone density, all kinds of things that I'm sure there's awesome research going on in the station.
Okay, affirmative, copy that. I also want to check the cable routing for this camera. Roger.
So pretty cool that Dragon can bring those cargo samples back and enable better understanding of human physiology in space for some of those deeper exploration missions that are hopefully to come.
Yeah, we have a bit of a backlog still of just all of these cold samples, and these are samples that we have a number of freezers like the Melfi, the minus 80 degree laboratory freezer on board the International Space Station, that you have to keep them at these very cold temperatures just to preserve them for further analysis down here on the ground. And so Cargo Dragon, not only delivering crew, but also going to be delivering some of our science samples back down to planet Earth. So it'll come from a lot of those human research studies. There have also been a number of rodent research studies on board the space station, pharmaceutical companies doing research for drugs ranging from cancer treatment to a number of very specialized diseases like Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. So a lot of this work being done on board the International Space Station, not just to learn more about flying in space, but to benefit life back down here on Earth. But We're getting some cool views inside the space station right now. Let's go down to Gary in Houston, check in with the station team. They're doing some final work to get the station configured for this approach and docking. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. That's right. A lot has already happened. We are right on the timeline, ready to receive Bob and Doug here at the International Space Station. You're getting a look from the inside of the space station at the forward end, right where Chris Cassidy is, down that hatchway. That's where Bob and Doug are going to be docking. That's called the pressurized mating adapter. Chris Cassidy opened the hatch to essentially ventilate that pressurized mating adapter. That hatch normally closed for day-to-day operations, but opening it up allows the air from inside the International Space Station to circulate inside and really get rid of some of those CO2 pockets. One of those things you got to worry about when you're in the microgravity environment. But now that the air is circulated in the pressurized mating adapter, we got good ventilation of that segment of the space station. Cassidy's prepping the pressurized mating adapter to close the hatch there. Just don't want anything floating in while we have a good mix. So just an extra precaution before we get towards the docking of Bob and Doug. He's also configuring some cameras. You're getting a view now. That's one view that we'll be able to get from the inside there. Should be a few more coming shortly. Chris Cassidy has also completed a rendezvous conference to go over the procedures, everything he has to look forward to for the monitoring of the approach and docking of Bob and Doug here shortly. The International Space Station itself is also being configured for Bob and Doug's arrival. Attitude has been switched to proximity operations, and the solar array joints, the solar alpha rotary joints, are being configured to be locked. This is, again, one of those precautions needed for Bob and Doug's arrival. Everything is on track. We're a little bit less than an hour from bidirectional communications with the C2V2, common communication for visiting vehicle. There's one on the space station, also one on Dragon. That bidirectional communication will allow some good solid video, audio, and telemetry data to be exchanged from between Dragon and International Space Station. Dragon at that time won't need to rely on TDRS satellites and the ground stations. Really, everything can be accomplished through that C2V2 link. That's coming up here in just a little bit less than an hour. Also about that time will be the go, no-go for approach initiation. Joint operations coming up on the space station very shortly. And of course, the Attitude will be configured for docking. Those thrusters on the U.S. side being shifted over to the Russian side. Don't want any of those plumes interfering with Dragon's docking. Everything's going according to the timeline here from Mission Control Houston. We'll send it back over to you at Hawthorne for some of these next few steps.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. That's a cool update to hear about all the cool research and the next steps coming from your perspective, too.
All right. Well, yeah, just another time check in. We should be getting the go, no-go for that approach initiation within the next 15 minutes. That's something that's going to be on internal loops and nets with the SpaceX and NASA team. We'll be able to report to you once we get a go or a no-go, but everything's still trending towards the go. We've not had any issues with Dragon on the whole way uphill until this point. All of our burns have been nominal. We had those 5 major ones to get us in this close proximity to the International Space Station. Right now, they're only 16 kilometers away, just about 10 miles. They're going to continue to close in until they're about 7.5 kilometers, and then we'll be able to begin that approach initiation.
Yeah, currently Bob and Doug are getting into their suits. As they get into their comfort garments and then eventually get into the entire suit, then they'll let the ground team know. And then there's a couple of pressurized leak checks that we'll do on them just to make sure that the suits are leak tight, and if there was any reason why they would need to pressurize those suits during the approach portion, then they'll be ready to go for that. They also stowed a few items in the cabin, getting it cleaned up. We like to keep the cabin relatively clean just as an operational control anytime we're doing any kind of burn or maneuver. Of course, as the spacecraft accelerates, anything that's not locked down or Velcroed down will move around the cabin until it sort of gets pushed along by the spacecraft. So we try to keep those things stowed away for most of the flight, and Bob and Doug actually talking about that a little bit after their crew sleep period, where they said, hey, the spacecraft's relatively clean after a couple people have lived in it for a day. So nice to see that they're getting ready for the approach initiation maneuver.
well, we'll hear that go, no go internally in a little while. We are tracking to about a little under 38 minutes from that approach initiation burn. At that point, we're going to start getting into some of the different waypoints. Again, there's 3 waypoints on our final approach, waypoint 0, 1, and 2. There's going to be a couple where we might pause. We might go right through waypoint 0 and waypoint 1. And then right after we get past waypoint 1, we're going to do a commanded hold at 220 meters away from station.
Yeah, that the 220 meters is actually pretty intentional. If you can see on your screen now, there's something called the Keep Out Sphere. That's a 200-meter radius imaginary sphere around the space station, and that's really to protect the crew both aboard the space station and the visiting spacecraft. It's really intended to be a control, so that if the ground teams in Hawthorne and Johnson Space Center see anything wrong with the vehicle, then they can troubleshoot those issues before doing that final delicate step of docking. When they get to that 220-meter hole, which the crew are going to command, then the crew aboard are going to do a quick manual piloting test. They actually did one of these in the far field, which just refers to being relatively far away from station. In this case, Bob and Doug will issue some commands using those touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft, do a few quick bursts of translational thruster fire. So what that means is if you imagine Dragon pointed at the space station, they're going to go left, go right, go up and down a little bit. And then once they've confirmed that they're able to issue those commands, they'll switch it back over to Dragon for final approach. There'll also be a go, no-go poll there from the joint operations team, Hawthorne and Johnson, before that happens.
Yeah, and we'll have that final hold once we get into waypoint 2, and Dragon will only be 20 meters away from the space station. So it'll be lined up perfectly in front of that docking adapter at the very forward port of Node 2, the Harmony module. It'll hold at that 20 meters. Shiva said we'll do a go, no-go poll, and then they'll get to go to press in. Dragon will approach extremely slowly. And it's going to slow all the way down to about 1/10 of a meter per second or even slower as it does this final approach. At one point, we may hear something called CHOP, or crew hands-off point, and this is just a call out for the crew to know that they should not be sending any commands, because at that point, the Dragon vehicle would be the only one able to make any aborts out of that zone, and that's literally when we're just about 2 meters away from the space station, so when we're really close. We'll get that initial contact and capture, which we were tracking for about 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, or a little under 3 hours from now. And then they'll wait for the relative motion to damp out, and then they'll begin to retract that soft capture device and get a hard mate, and we'll get the docking complete call. Meanwhile, though, we're getting some views back inside of station. Chris Cassidy getting everything ready for his crewmates, Bob and Doug, who are about to be arriving on board, hopefully in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the docking maneuvers there. When we get to the actual stage of docking the vehicle, Dragon has a docking structure on the top of the vehicle that's normally protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion. Now, of course, the nose cone is open, and those the sensors and the docking system underneath it are exposed to space. And so on that docking ring, there's actually 3 petals that'll interface with the international docking adapter. They've got a ton of sensors and switches on them that'll detect whether we've made good contact with the space station. And then, of course, both the spacecraft, they're going really fast. They may have small relative motions in between them. So the docking system for that first soft capture will actually damp out some of that relative motion. And once that motion is damped out and both the space station and Dragon are stable dynamically, then we'll actually retract the soft capture hooks. Dragon will get pulled in towards the IDA, and then a set of 12 hard capture hooks on the ring will interface with the docking system and confirm that good hard seal. And that'll create something called a vestibule between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station.
All right, we are coming up on 6 minutes from our anticipated go, no-go poll for the teams. We can hear the lead flight director for Demo 2 for NASA, Zeb Scoville, polling his teams in Mission Control Houston, getting them ready. So we'll report on the results of that poll as it completes. We are about 31 minutes away from the planned start time of the approach initiation burn. Again, we're tracking to right at about 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast, and that's 12:09 GMT for those of you around the world. And that's going to be the major burn that's going to be bringing us in really close to Dragon. We're going to go from several kilometers away to being only 500 or 400 meters away from Dragon at the end of it. The approach initiation burn planned to be about 90 seconds, so about a minute and a half firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft. Just, again, swinging it up. We're at an orbit roughly co-elliptic still with the International Space Station, about 2.5 kilometers below, and just continuing to close in. As of this moment, the Dragon spacecraft just about 14 kilometers or 9 miles away from the space station.
Simon 2, I put the spare 8-pass hatch standoff assembly back in its kit in PMM P2D.
Copy, Chris. PMM P2 Bravo.
Delta P2 Delta.
P2 Delta.
Gotcha. Anything I can get ahead on in stuff? I guess the only thing that appears on the Optimus is the I6 Experience camera. Other than that, it's just kind of waiting for stuff to happen, I think.
That's the affirmative from our vantage right now, Chris. We are going to be doing a bunch of big loop comm checks here. That's kind of next on the agenda. It's not on your timeline, but I'll give you a heads up on it.
Okay. About what's the ish time frame on that? Like an hour, 2 hours, less, more?
We're inside of the 5-minute window on it, and this will just be Core and myself talking between you and Dragon and making sure all the elements of the big loop are in place.
Copy that. We're using Space to Ground 1 for the big loop, correct?
It'll be Space to Ground 2.
Glad I asked. Thanks.
And that was just a quick conversation between Chris Cassidy, the commander on board the space station right now, and Josh Kutrick. He's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut who's serving as the Capcom right now in the flight control room over there in Houston. You heard him talk about the big loop coming up. And so this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, where they're going to now be mixing the communication between the team here in Hawthorne and Dragon, which is done over Dragon to ground loops, and the team in Houston.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The 144K bidirectional link has been established. Please change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and then initiate a comm check.
So we're hearing a bidirectional communication link between Dragon and the station has been established. And we're going to be coming up on a series of communication checks, kind of similar to what we heard.
Okay, Anna, we'll put that in
Similar
order.
to what we heard pre-launch, where several parties went around and did communications checks with each other. Pretty soon we're going to have all of the audio tied in. So from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon.
And Dragon, this is Houston. We have you loud and clear on the big loop. Stand by one. I'll try to get SpaceX up.
Okay, Houston, we copy you also on the big loop. Great to talk to you guys from a brand new spaceship.
Yeah, likewise, a bunch of smiling faces here. It's good to talk to you, Doug. From SpaceX, they did return your call on the big loop, so I just want to make sure you did not hear from SpaceX. Is that correct?
Correct, Houston. We did not copy SpaceX. We have heard your com minutes on the big loop, so we have been hearing both you and the station, but I don't believe we've heard SpaceX on.
Okay, Bob, we copy, and let us just have a look at that. We'll get right back to you.
Doug promises he'll make it up for you next weekend.
Sounds good. Really looking forward to it, gentlemen. Have a great dock.
And we've started some communications checks. So on the big loop, so again, we're now tying together communications from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon, so they can also talk to the crew on station and also talk to the team there in Houston all simultaneously. So it's called the Big Loop. It's just tying everybody together. We got that first exchange between Bob and Doug and Chris on the space station, so they're going to be able to talk directly to each other. Everyone's just going to be tied in as we get closer to these integrated operations.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been hearing on the way is what we refer to as Dragon to ground, and in some cases space to ground. So the big loop really just tying all of those different nets together so everyone is communicating at the same time. And in the operations room, really any time that the crew aboard station or on a vehicle speak up, the ground team really wants to be listening. So having everyone on the same loop helps us make sure that we're listening for anything that they may have any sort of urgent communications.
And so they did have one issue that they're going to troubleshoot. The crew not able to hear the core here in Hawthorne on the big loop, so they're going to get that figured out and get that integrated in. Right now, though, we're standing by for everyone to finish their go, no-go for approach initiation. So that should be coming up any time now. We're about 22 and a half minutes from the planned start of that approach initiation burn. And again, this is going to bring us from about 7.5 kilometers behind and 2.5 kilometers below the station all the way up to 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. And we should hopefully be coming up on some daylight pretty soon, and we might be getting some more views from the station of the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, right now that approach initiation burn, I believe about 22 minutes or so away. Definitely about 20 minutes away. But of course, have to get through that go, no-go poll. Have to make sure that everyone on the ground teams feel comfortable with spacecraft health, that everything that can be stacked up for success is successful.
Sounds like we're getting another comm check. So still just troubleshooting, trying to get the core in the mix to be able to talk on the big loops with the team.
So while they're working that issue, I mean, this is pretty much been very few issues this flight. It's been very, very clean, pretty much since ascent. There was a couple of small questions about a thermal imaging camera where the crew noticed a flicker, and that turned out to be nominal as the camera is doing some calibration steps. So for the most part, it's been pretty clean. I'm sure the ground team's pretty happy to see good performance both out of Dragon, and Bob and Doug probably pretty happy too to see everything pretty much going as they've trained it.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear now on the Big Loop. How us?
Wonderful to hear. I have you loud and clear as well. Station SpaceX, comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX International Space Station from Expedition 63. Wonderful to hear all of your voices there in Hawthorne. Congratulations and good luck to everybody today.
Thank you so much. Great to hear your voice as well, and I hear you loud and clear. And with that, we have actually verified all of the other comm paths already, and so that completes our Big Loop comm checks.
All right, so with the core now in the mix, all four of our parties, the core here in Hawthorne, the Capcom in Mission Control Houston, the crew on board Dragon, and the crew on board the space station now all in the mix. In the meantime, the SpaceX team has reported that they are go for that approach initiation burn that's set to come up in just a little over 18 minutes from now. And so we're just waiting on everyone for the final go, and we should be able to do that burn on time. Again, it's targeted at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
Yeah, and you heard the core there, Anna, mention that we had gone through a number of other comm checks to make sure all the other parties were involved. We also did a checkout of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 system. So that's communication between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. There's Dragon, and I think we can make out, that looks like the nose cone at the top left corner of it. Right now, Dragon is about, if I can pull up some data, just about 11.5 kilometers from the space station.
Approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
So Dragon getting really close. It's getting really exciting now.
We just heard we have the go for the approach initiation burn.
Dragon SpaceX, how copy?
That's coming up in about, let's see here.
We got an updated time. We're expecting that to start at about 5:11 now a.m. Pacific, 12:11 UTC.
Yeah, so less than 20 minutes away.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop. We copied 12:11. How do you hear?
I hear you loud and clear. Good copy.
We tried you twice on Dragon to Ground with no response. That's why we called you on the big loop.
Copy. I did not hear you on Dragon to Ground. We will look into that. Thanks.
All right, so Dragon really starting to come into view. Right now we're just about 10.7 kilometers away, 6.7 miles. And we should be just about 15 minutes away from the start of this approach initiation burn. We are waiting to hear confirmation the crew is getting through their suit up steps. But moving closer to this approach initiation burn, it's going to be about a 90-second firing of the thrusters just to bring Dragon well inside of that approach ellipsoid. They're going to be only 400 meters directly below the space station, so we'll start getting some pretty spectacular views as it begins to close in on the station.
Yeah, and at this point, we are well within integrated operations. I mean, that's why both Johnson Space Center and Hawthorne Mission Control are coordinating so closely.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop.
And the approach ellipsoid that we'd mentioned earlier.
Dragon to Ground, please change your cabin mic, push to talk destination to ground, and meet me on Dragon to Ground for a comm check.
Okay, we'll try it again.
There's a view. This is a camera overlooking the exposed facility, so that's one of our fun facts. Both Chris Cassidy and Doug Hurley flew on STS-127, which delivered that facility to the International Space Station. They're just going to continue to close in, though, so this will be their second time flying together. Chris hasn't flown with Bob Behnken before, but the two did transition the leadership role in the astronaut office, with Chris taking over from Bob once he was assigned to go off and begin training for these commercial crew flights.
Your screen now is a view of Dragon. You're starting to be able to distinguish the features a little bit more. The left side there, that semicircle, is actually the nose cone, and you can start to see the aerodynamic fins on the service section. Those small little blips at the top and bottom of the spacecraft. I'm sure these features are all going to get much, much better as we get closer and closer to station. We definitely had some spectacular views on the Demo 1 mission.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. The outboard cameras catching Dragon when it was still several hundred kilometers away, which is pretty unusual for a visiting spacecraft. But right now it's continuing to close in. We're less than 10 kilometers from station, so just a little over 6 miles away, continuing to move towards that approach initiation burn. The target time that was just radioed up to the crew is about 5:11 a.m. Pacific, 12:11 Universal Time. And so we're going to be looking for that. And as Shiva said, we are inside integrated operations now. The teams here in Hawthorne working extremely closely with the teams in Houston. We heard all of those communications checks to establish the big loop. So all 4 of our major players in this operation, the ground teams both here in Hawthorne and in Houston, and our crew up in space, both on Dragon and the space station, all able to talk to each other and listen in simultaneously. So all of those bidirectional links have been established. The Dragon spacecraft communicating directly with the International Space Station at this point, and we are just coming up on a couple of minutes away, a little over 10 minutes away from that approach initiation burn. Cameras from station continuing to track Dragon. We are waiting for the confirmation from the crew on that suit of activity. They did start that a couple of minutes ago, and at this point we're about 7.5 minutes, or a little bit closer to 8 minutes at this point, away from that approach initiation burn.
Yeah, right now Dragon's flying actually over the South Atlantic, in between sort of South America and Africa, sort of over the ocean.
It looks like we're getting it in focus now. You can see the nose cone pointed to the bottom left corner. You can see it exposed right in the center, the smaller dark circle of Dragon. That's the docking ring that is going to be used to attach Dragon to that international docking adapter once it begins that final approach and initial contact.
And if you're trying to get your sense of bearings here, the nose cone actually opens away from the side hatch. So the hatch that Bob and Doug entered the spacecraft through on the crew access arm, and if you've had a chance to tune in to our live events with them on the capsule, they've shown that side hatch. That's on the opposite side of that nose cone. So you can imagine Bob and Doug and their seats are facing towards that side hatch. And so that's where they would be sitting once they're complete with suit donning and once they've stepped into those leak jets of their suits. The very top in that ring that Dan had mentioned, so along that ring are the 4 forward Draco thrusters. That's what we were using for those 5 burns that happened earlier over the past 16 hours of this mission. And right in the center there is the forward hatch. So hopefully only a few hours away from seeing Bob and Doug climb through that and aboard the International Space Station to meet their colleague Chris Cassidy aboard.
Yeah, just a couple of steps coming up after this approach initiation burn. They'll do what's called a mid-course burn, so just kind of a mid-course correction that's already programmed in. That comes about 25 minutes following the actual approach initiation burn itself. And then prior to them getting to waypoint 0, which is about 400 meters directly below the station, the teams will go ahead and do a go, no-go to enter the keep-out sphere. And again, that's that imaginary sphere with a radius of 200 meters around the station. They won't cross into that keep-out sphere until after their manual flight test when they're moving into waypoint number 2, but they'll do that go, no-go just before they're even at waypoint 0. And again, waypoint 0 could be a hold point, or if everything looks good with Dragon, they'll continue right on past it. So they'll swing up initially to that spot just 400 meters directly below station, and then they'll conduct another maneuver to go right out in front of station. So they'll go right up in front and line Dragon pointed directly back at the station itself and lined up with that hatch.
Yeah, and once they get to that 220 meter point, you'd mentioned the manual flight test that they're going to do. The Dragon spacecraft can approach completely autonomously, but of course the crew aboard, and actually the crew aboard the crew aboard Dragon can issue manual piloting commands and control the translation if they needed to step in, or issue commands to have Dragon retreat or break out from its approach. And the crew aboard station as well can issue commands to Dragon. That's part of what Chris Cassidy aboard station will be monitoring as they approach. If you want to give your chance at trying to fly the spacecraft, we actually have a cool simulation on our website. It's iss-sim.spacex.com, and you can actually fly pretty much the display that Bob and Doug will be flying when they do that translational test. It's a little bit difficult. I definitely didn't dock the first time I tried it. I don't know if you had better luck, Dan.
No, I could lie and tell you I did, but it did take me 3 tries. I think I made the same mistake as everybody. That first try just ended up going in way too fast. That second try tried to over-adjust, and all of a sudden I was spinning backwards. And you really learn that just the tiniest adjustments when you're in a spacecraft and you're flying in microgravity can have a really big effect on the vehicle. And you just kind of have, if you start to turn left, you need to turn right just to make sure you kind of null it out or stop that motion. Otherwise, you're just going to keep on going. Same thing as when you're doing that approach. You have to slow down. There are very slow speeds that are acceptable for the docking. They'll be going right around 1/10 of a meter per second when they make that initial contact and capture, so extremely slow. If you're doing the simulator, you can pick up speed pretty quick, and then you have to start slowing down pretty quick because you'll move in, and you have to constantly be thinking about all of the different...
SpaceX Dragon, comm check from the CDR in suit.
And this is SpaceX on Big Loop. I hear CDR loud and clear. Help me.
Dragon on the Big Loop, comm check suited. We've got you loud and clear on the Big Loop.
Great to hear your voice.
All right, that was Doug Hurley. It sounds like they're in their suits. You heard him refer to CDR, Doug Hurley, the spacecraft commander for this mission. Bob Behnken's in the pilot seat. He's also the Joint Operations Commander. And so this is actually one of the main areas of his concern is when we're doing these joint operations with the space station. So we're doing joint operations here on the ground. That obviously just means that the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, close proximity and about to be linked up. Bob Behnken, the one kind of overseeing all of the operations while Dragon is attached.
Wow. That is a very pretty view.
Yeah, getting a view of Dragon. We're coming up pretty soon on that approach initiation burn. Dragon itself is inside that 7.5 kilometer range that we're expecting it to be away from the space station before this starts. And we did hear confirmation that the AI burn, the approach initiation burn, is in progress. Again, this is about a 90-second firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, burn complete, nominal burn. Reminder to review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards if desired.
Copy nominal burn on the Big Loop. We'll review our cue cards.
So Anna Menon, the core there, giving the crew some insight that the burn was completed nominally. As Dan had mentioned, there is that mid-course correction. And Anna had mentioned impulsive retreat cue cards. Bob and Doug have the ability to issue commands to Dragon if they see anything that's unsafe. So, of course, on those 3 displays that they have between the 2 of them, they can see the rate of the vehicle, how quickly they're closing, and they have a set of criteria that they're looking for to make sure that they're safely approaching the station. So Anna just giving them a heads up that they should review that criteria if they so desire, so they feel fully confident before the mid-course.
And here's a really cool view. So on the right is a view from station looking at Dragon. On the left, a view from that camera, that thermal camera on Dragon looking back at station. So it's continuing to close in. It's about 6.5 kilometers or just over 4 miles away. That AI burn, that approach initiation burn, was done successfully, reported up to the crew and the teams down here on the ground. They're going to do a mid-course burn, so just about midway through their track up to 400 meters below the space station. That'll come in about 23 minutes from now. And then we're waiting until we get to waypoint 0. It should take about 43 minutes for this kind of gentle glide from 2.5 kilometers below to just 400 meters below. That'll take about 43 minutes until they arrive there.
Yeah, and if we hopefully have a good video of Dragon during that mid-course correction, you may see some small plumes coming off of the sides of the vehicle. That's those 12 service section Draco thrusters doing small attitude adjustments, just to make sure that we're coming to station as expected. Really small, minute corrections at this point. Kind of fun to see the
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, just checking for a status on suit donning.
You're welcome to come back on board. We're both in our suits, and we're just finishing up the procedure now.
Copy, thank you. And can I get a comm check with Bob when he has a moment, please?
About to do that, just maybe a minute or so.
Okay, sounds good.
So Bob and Doug finishing up their suit donning. At this point in their procedure, they will be seated in their suits. The feet of their suits actually have restraints that clip into the footrests. And so once they are complete with all their suit donning activities, seated in the suits, then they'll be ready to work with SpaceX to do a pressure check on those on those IVA suits. That's intravehicular activity suits. And cool thing actually about the suits, so that the helmet is 3D printed, and the mics that they're doing their comm checks on are integrated into the body of the helmet. So all part of integrated design, and the suits have a single quick disconnect umbilical, as you might hear it called, that actually carries the either nitrox or oxygen, depending on the cabin pressure state, and the comm signals to and from the suits.
Yeah, and they're going to be in these suits through the duration of this docking procedure. Again, they're always just donning those suits for anything we consider kind of a dynamic operation. So obviously, the launch and ascent, the docking and undocking from the space station, and they'll be back in them when it's time for deorbit and landing at the end of their mission. Right now, though, Dragon in station flying 260 statute miles over Nigeria. They're about to make a pass right over the central and northern parts of Africa and over the Sahara Desert. We're past the approach initiation burn that was done successfully. They'll do a mid-course burn in a little under 20 minutes from now. We're still about 40 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. So at that point, Dragon will be exactly 400 meters directly beneath the International Space Station. On the way uphill, we're going to listen in for the teams in mission control.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Friendly reminder to please unlatch the toilet button before you get back in your seat.
Okay, we'll unlatch the toilet button.
Thank you.
Well, you know, as they mentioned earlier, it is a lived-in spacecraft. So, of course, as part of the life support system, you have to take care of those things about being human.
For now, we're just keeping our eye on Dragon during this approach. It's in the approach initiation. Our next thing coming up is going to be that mid-course burn, coming in just a little over 18 minutes. We're a little under 38.5 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. That's going to be the first of 3 waypoints on our way to a docking today. Again, we were targeting about 7:30 a.m. over here on the West Coast for that docking. We might get there a little bit early as they have been moving through a couple of these steps. We were able to do that approach initiation burn about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we might get it a little bit early on the docking today. We do have a number of different steps, including a manual flight test, so it'll all depend on how that goes. But progressing smoothly. We may pause at waypoint 0. We may continue right along if everything's looking good with Dragon, and then they'll be able to move over to waypoint 1, which will place them just 220 meters away from the station.
Yeah, and earlier we were talking about how gentle a lot of these movements are. Small thrusts, small corrections, because you do really want to be very controlled as you're approaching the space station. There are a couple of maneuvers, though, if Dragon were to detect something, or if the ground teams, or if the crew were to detect something, where they could do what's called a breakout maneuver, which is very dynamic. And that's part of the reason why we have them in the suits. That's part of the reason why they're going to be strapped in. If something were to be detected that was off nominal, that could be a risk there. That's always a possibility. Of course, we're not expecting that. We are expecting Bob and Doug to exercise the hold functionality just outside waypoint 1 to do the manual piloting test.
And after that test is complete, they'll hand control back over to the Dragon spacecraft. It will resume its automated approach to the International Space Station. They'll move into the final waypoint, waypoint number 2, at which point they'll only be 20 meters away from station, and there we will have an automated hold where the teams will do a final go, no go, just to push in for that final approach and docking. They'll move in pretty slowly, and then just seconds before docking, a little less than 30 seconds before, we may hear the call out for CHOP. That stands for the crew hands-off point. And this is literally just the point where the crew will not be sending any commands to the vehicle. It's all over to Dragon if any aborts need to be called, just due to the latency with the flight computer responding to crew actions at that point. And then we'll stand by for the contact and capture. Again, we were tracking
SpaceX Dragon from the PLT comm check. Dragon to ground.
I hear you loud and clear. Help me.
Loud and clear, Anna, and Doug and I have a good intercom check as well.
Copy. Good intercom checks. Let us know when you are done with that full suit donning procedure, and we'll bring you into suit leak checks.
So Bob Behnken hopping on the comms there. He used the acronym, or I guess the letters PLT for pilot.
Okay, we're donning our gloves at this time.
We copy.
So for ISS missions for NASA, there are 4 seats in the Dragon spacecraft. If you were looking in from the side hatch, it would be seat 1 on the far right, all the way counting up to seat 4 on the far left. Doug Hurley in the commander or CDR seat. That's seat number 2. So it would be the second seat from the window.
Right.
Yeah, second from the right.
It goes backwards from the way we're normally taught to read, and so it is a little bit confusing when you're looking at it, unless you're in the crew's point of view, and then it makes sense because you're going left to right, 1 to 4.
And Bob Behnken in the pilot seat right next to him. It's second from the left, and in front of them are those 3 displays and the button panel that we got a chance to see earlier that they'll be monitoring telemetry on and using to exercise that manual piloting test.
And it looks like the crew just has a couple of steps left until they're done getting into their suits, and then they'll go ahead and do another leak check. This will be the 3rd leak check they've done in these suits since their day started yesterday. They did an initial one when they got suited up in the operations and checkout facility down on the ground in Kennedy Space Center.
SpaceX Dragon, not Dragon to ground. We're complete in 4.010.
Copy. Complete with 4.010 for suit donning. At this point, you are go to begin your suit leak check procedure.
We'll put 4.011 in work.
And so with that, the crew are going to step into leak checks again. This is going to be their third one. They've already done one when they initially got suited up in the operations and checkout facility, another one once they climbed into Dragon when it was still on the pad and connected their suits via umbilical to the seats in the Dragon spacecraft.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, you are go to pressurize.
Okay, visors are down. We'll put that in work.
So now the crew going to step through and pressurize. Normally when the suits aren't pressurized, they can keep one of the zippers kind of just cracked open, and they're able to just flow cabin air through the spacesuit itself just to provide some cooling while they're inside. We can either flow nitrox into the suits. You could do that if you had a contaminated environment on board the Dragon spacecraft. It's something we also look for on the space station, and they had some air samplers out a little bit earlier just looking for any trace contaminants in their breathing atmosphere. The suits also can have pure oxygen flown to them or flowed to them should the cabin itself depressurize. That'll happen below a certain PSI threshold as we don't pressurize the suit all the way up to 14.7 psi if we're in a depressurized environment. Otherwise, you would be in essentially a pretty big balloon and it'd be really hard to move. So they pressurize it to a much lower threshold, and just to make up for the lack of oxygen, therefore in a lower density air, you'd be flowing them pure oxygen. So those suits just serving as another barrier protection for the crew for anything like a contaminated atmosphere or a depressurized cabin inside Dragon. But crew suited up now. Sounds like we're about to step through these leak checks.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit there. So as you're listening to comms, there's some call outs for 4.010 and 4.011. Those are referring to procedures that the crew have on the spacecraft. So they have procedures built into their displays. These two just happen to be the two that they're running right now. They also have those on their tablets, so they can follow along there if they needed to. We were also talking a little bit about 14.7 psi. I know you and I both have engineering backgrounds, but if you don't have an engineering background, the atmospheric pressure at roughly sea level, sometimes referred to as 1 atmosphere, is roughly about 14.68 to 14.7 psi. So if you're at sea level right now or pretty close to, what you're walking around in is 14 pounds per square inch of force about on your body. And that's roughly what the Dragon capsule is also at when they're flying up.
While those leak checks are in work, the station itself is in the docking attitude. We get to do a pretty cool thing with station during the docking of the Crew Dragon. Normally, the station's attitude, or which way it's pointing, is controlled by these very large gyroscopes called control moment gyros. And it's a pretty efficient way, only using electricity, to keep these large gyros spinning, pointing in opposite directions to help stabilize the station. It's a very large spacecraft, so using thrusters a little more work intensive. We actually switch over to the Russian thrusters during the initial docking of the Dragon spacecraft, and then after that...
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground, we saw 2 good leak checks.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, we saw the same. Great news, thanks.
And we just got confirmation, 2 good leak checks on those suits, so another milestone down as they continue their approach. But just to finish that thought, we're on Russian thrusters right now, controlling the attitude on board the space station. We'll flip over back to the control moment gyros, so those are over on the U.S. segment once we make that initial soft capture, just because we don't want, during that final pull-in of that soft capture ring before we get to that ready to latch, the thruster controls of the attitude can be a little bit more jarring, so we switch back over to the control moment gyros and then let Dragon resume its hard mate. But all that coming up in just about 2 hours, hopefully, away from our targeted docking time, right around 7:30 a.m. Pacific. here in Hawthorne. But everything continuing to go well. We have that approach initiation burn happen about 16 minutes ahead of schedule. In just under 8 minutes from now, we'll do our mid-course burn, and then we're standing by for that arrival at waypoint 0 in just under 28 minutes from now.
Now on your screen is a view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. We're on the sunlit side of the Earth, so daytime for those folks. Middle of the day, I'm sure. Right now, actually, Dragon is just about to fly over the Caspian Sea. So if the clouds sort of break a little bit, we might get some cool views of planet Earth behind us. You know, once that suit lead check is complete, Bob and Doug might pop open their visors. Those can come open for their comfort. So we may hear some calls about that coming up here.
Right now, Dragon just continuing to close its way in. Right now we're about 2.5 kilometers away from the station, so just a little over 1.5 miles. Closing in at a rate of about 3 meters per second, or about 6.7 miles per hour.
911, dichiari la natura dell'emergenza, prego.
Kronos flight controller over in Houston, controlling this camera outside the station. He's controlling it from that mission control center on the ground, giving us a nice zoomed out view as the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station actually just flying over Kazakhstan. They are a few hundred miles to the west right now of Baikonur, which until yesterday has been the only gateway to orbit for our U.S. crew members to the International Space Station. So they're going to make a pass just to the north of Baikonur. We're looking at Kazakhstan in the background. But with this, a U.S. vehicle launched on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil, now in the mix, a new era and a new path to station for our NASA crew members.
That's right. Actually, Chris Cassidy would have blasted off out of Baikonur not that long ago on a Soyuz vehicle. So he would have been launching from right where the crew are flying over right now.
But everything's still looking smooth with their trip up to station. We're about 4.5 minutes away from that mid-course burn. We should be arriving at waypoint 0, which we may pause at, we may go right past, depending on how all the Dragon systems are looking for the teams down here on the ground in Hawthorne and the team over in Mission Control Houston. We'll get to that waypoint 0 at about 24 minutes from now, and then continue on to waypoint 1, at which point we'll watch Dragon go from the bottom of the station, where it's going to be on what's known as the R-bar, or the radial vector. That's if you drew a line straight through the International Space Station down to planet Earth. Dragon's going to be pausing or going right through 400 meters on that line, and then it's going to swing itself up out in front and align itself with the docking adapter on the Node 2 forward port, and they're going to pause at about 220 meters away from the station.
Yeah, right now Dragon is in a pointing mode that has it and its variety of guidance and navigation control sensors pointed directly at the station. Earlier on in the webcast, we actually got a few glimpses, I think, thermal images of the International Space Station. So we had a cool side-by-side of the space station and Dragon next to each other, views relative to each other. So those sensors are pointed at the station right now. Right now, Dragon's attitude control system is trying to maintain its attitude, null out any sort of roll or any sort of motion that it might pick up from just as it's flying towards the station. And that's part of the reason we've had those great views looking at the forward hatch and where we can see the nose cone. Right now, that's that little dark dot at the bottom of your screen. You can see it highlighted against the clouds as we're flying over the middle of, it might be over Russia, I think, right now. Unfortunately, my ground trek map does not tell me all of the country labels, so.
It looks like we're still over Kazakhstan. We should be over Russia for a short little bit in a few minutes, and then they'll fly out over northern Mongolia, continue down, flying over northeastern China, make a pass over the Korean Peninsula, out over Japan, and by that point, they'll be in an orbital nighttime. So moving pretty quickly, a little over 17,000 miles an hour. But relative to each other, their speeds are pretty close. Dragon's only moving in at a rate of about 2.4 meters per second right now. So we're a little under 1,800 meters away from the space station at this point, standing by for that mid-course burn. And at this rate, we're going to get to waypoint 0, so just 400 meters below the station in just under 22 minutes.
And we talked about the approach ellipsoid and the Keep-Out sphere a little bit earlier, but around the space station there's a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse. It's an imaginary shape around the space station, which is designed to help vehicles make sure that they're staying clear of the station unless they have business to conduct, which of course the Demo 2 mission does today with docking at the station. So being 400 meters below along the R bar, as Dan had mentioned earlier, will be well within that approach ellipsoid, but not quite within the 200 meter keep-out sphere around the station. So that'll happen when we get just past waypoint 1, which is waypoint 1 is at that 220 meters away from station there.
Dragon at this very moment only a mile away from the International Space Station. So it's continuing to close in. We should be just seconds away from the start of that mid-course burn. This just to help fine-tune its path up towards waypoint 1, or waypoint 0 rather, just 400 meters below the space station, which we'll get there in about 20 minutes. About halfway there, though, the teams will do a go, no go if they're just going to pass waypoint 1 and then move on to, they'll go past waypoint 0 onto waypoint 1. Try to keep everything lined up here for you, not to confuse you. We'll have 3 waypoints. It'll be waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station, waypoint 1, 220 meters out in front of the International Space Station, and then waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of that docking port on the Node 2 forward port. And so we're going to move through all of those quickly. We should be in the mid-course burn at this point. And so Dragon just doing a slight adjustment as it continues to swing up. It's eventually going to be just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. Bob and Doug strapped into their seats, suited up, along for the ride for now, as this is automated. But we won't be automated the whole way since this is a demo flight.
Yeah, and actually on the screen to our, on the right side of your screen, there you saw some orange blips. That represents the service section Draco engines firing. So there are 12 of those on the service section, or the trunk of the vehicle. And once we get through this mid-course maneuver, we'll probably hear some words from the core to Bob and Doug, letting them know.
That's right. And we do have confirmation that the AI mid-course, or the approach initiation mid-course burn, is underway. Again, we expect this one to last just a little over a minute. And this is, again, just to really fine-tune that approach.
Yeah, all of these maneuvers are pretty small at this point.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, burn complete, nominal burn. Trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
I can copy, nominal burn.
There's those 2 words, nominal burn. So we won't have any more significant burns. We're still going to be using those engines, obviously, for the final approach maneuvers. But at this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
And really at this point, it's all relative maneuvers, a very slow and steady approach to the station. Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers.
Things are going to start to darken, but hopefully we'll still be able to keep Dragon in view as they are crossing pretty soon into an orbital nighttime. At this moment, we're less than a mile away from station. Dragon just under 1,200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second. We're going to be standing by. There's going to be an internal go-no-go poll about passing waypoint 0. That should be coming up in about 7 minutes. We'll continue to listen in with the teams. We're expecting Dragon's arrival at waypoint 0, which we heard its trajectory has converged on. So that means Dragon pointed in the right direction on its way to that waypoint just 400 meters below the space station.
Yeah, and to maybe put that 1.7 meters meters per second in perspective, if there are any runners or joggers listening, that's a pretty reasonable pace jog. So right now, the spacecraft is moving towards the ISS about as fast as if you were going on a morning jog.
All right, so at this point, we're inside the approach ellipsoid that we were talking about. So as Dragon moves inside of just about 1 kilometer away, again, the approach ellipsoid is an elliptical shape, 4 kilometers long by 2 kilometers tall by 2 kilometers wide, essentially a 3-dimensional oval. And that's just one of those checkpoints around the station that governs the approach of visiting vehicles. Before we were in this point, Dragon was on a 24-hour free safe trajectory. So if we had lost control of Dragon, it would have been at least 24 hours before we moved inside. But we're now inside this approach ellipsoid. Dragon given the go as it was given the authority to do the approach initiation burn. And so that next imaginary gateway around the space station is the Keep Out Sphere. That one's a little bit smaller, has a radius of only 200 meters, and we won't be crossing that until we're done with the manual flight test, but we'll do the go-no-go to cross that sphere well in advance of them actually moving in.
Yeah, in about 14 minutes from now, there'll be a small correction maneuver to take us from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 right outside the Keep Out Sphere. So if we have a video of Dragon at that point, you may see the Draco thrusters firing. Right now, vehicle looking healthy as it's making its way towards that R-bar approach, just 400 meters below the International Space Station.
Pretty
So we're
dramatic
coming.
shot of Dragon as it continues to close in. The station and Dragon right now just over the northeastern part of China. They are in an orbital nighttime, so the sun is setting on both vehicles right now as they're flying about 262 statute miles over the surface of planet Earth. 2 crew members, NASA's Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, inside Dragon, closing in on their home for the next several months, and completing the first crewed flight of the Commercial Crew Program era to the International Space Station. So we should be under 2 hours away from the planned docking time. We were looking at a docking around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast, but they were able to move through a number of their maneuvers a little bit quicker. We've got about 16 minutes ahead of the approach initiation burn, so that docking time will be a little bit variable and will hinge on how quickly they're able to move through that second manual flight test. But everything continuing to go smoothly. We're waiting for their arrival at Waypoint Zero. Should be coming up in just about 12 minutes from now.
Yeah, and once they finish that manual piloting test, then Dragon will take over. They'll transition and go towards waypoint 2. That'll put them just 20 meters away.
Good to see Dragon, Bob, and Doug inside 500 meters, so close to the International Space Station, just flying through all of the milestones we have to get towards docking towards the International Space Station. A lot of prep work went into this moment. Just previously, we transitioned control of the station's attitude to Russian thrusters, also configured the station itself for the docking attitude. Chris Cassidy was just finishing up his midday meal. His next activity, just a little bit more than 20 minutes from now, will begin to set up for Dragon monitoring. He has a tool called the RPOP. We'll be able to display some of the telemetry data coming from Dragon through the C2V2. This is the common communication for visiting vehicles. It's established a link between the International Space Station and Dragon. Dragon's telemetry data, all the information being relayed through the International Space Station. And Cassidy will be able to monitor from this tool, again, setting up in just about 20 minutes. Everything going according to plan from the International Space Station side of things, getting great views from Dragon of the International Space Station. Look at that, the lights reflecting from the outside of the International Space Station turned on. So Bob and Doug have a very clear view of the International Space Station. Should be entering into an orbital sunrise here shortly. From there, we'll take you through the next few maneuvers, again, passing waypoint 1 and going right into that manual flight test. Again, everything here from Mission Control Houston, International Space Station configured for docking. Everything's go from our end. Back over to you in Hawthorne.
All right, thanks, Gary. We're jumping in now with Bob and Doug inside the Crew Dragon. Again, you're able to see what they're looking at on those displays there. And this a view from the Dragon spacecraft itself. You can see the International Space Station continuing to close in. Right now, they're only about 430 meters away. They're going to be quickly passing through waypoint 0 in the next 3 minutes, and they're going to continue their way up to waypoint number 1, which is going to be just about 220 meters out in front of the station itself.
Yeah, and Dragon has a number of relative navigation sensors, items that are used for guidance and control of the vehicle. So right now, Dragon's in a pointing mode that has those relative navigation sensors trained on the space station, with the attitude control system making minor adjustments as it needs to if there's any roll correction or anything that it needs to perform. And Bob and Doug getting closer and closer to that manual flight test. They looked pretty comfy in those seats for that view right behind them.
Yeah, they are suited up, and again, they get suited up for anything we consider kind of the dynamic operations inside the spacecraft. So anytime that they're either in an approach and docking maneuver or an undocking maneuver, and then obviously at the very start and the very end of their missions, which are probably the most dynamic phases, that launch and ascent, and then that deorbit and splashdown when they come home and splash down in the Atlantic. We are just 420 meters away from the space station, less than a third of a mile. Should be just about a minute and a half until we're passing through waypoint 0, and then Dragon's going to begin a little over 20 minute, about the 25-minute trip up to the docking axis. So this will be waypoint 1. There'll be 220 meters directly in front of the station, and it'll be lined up perfectly with that international docking adapter at the very forward port of the Node 2 module, also known as Harmony, on the space station.
Yeah, and there'll be a small attitude correction there. The navigation and prop specialists on our team will monitor that burn. And then hopefully we'll hear some words from the core to the crew letting them know that we've had a good course correction towards waypoint 1.
And again, things a little bit dark right now. We should have sunrise in about 25 minutes. And so things will light up as we get closer to that manual flight test, and hopefully by the time we're there, we'll be right in front of the space station itself. We should get some good light on Dragon, and hopefully some views from the station looking straight out at the spacecraft using the cameras that are right next to that docking port on Node 2. And then Bob and Doug will once again take the controls using those touchscreens to maneuver Dragon. They'll do a number of different translational maneuvers. So physically moving the Dragon spacecraft in space. Oh, we're seeing some thruster firings there. And so those are using some of those, we call them the service section Draco thrusters. There's 12 around the lower part of the Dragon spacecraft.
Very cool to see those Dracos firing. They actually use a hypergolic propellant, so it's monomethylhydrazine and nitrox, which very, very handy because you mix those two propellants together and they make fire, which is exactly what you want when you want a reliable engine when you're doing these proximity maneuvers. So nice to see those.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, approach 0 has started and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 1322 UTC.
Dragon copies on the Big Loop, 13:22.
So those words from Anna there, confirming good convergence. So what that means is the trajectory of the spacecraft is now syncing up with where waypoint 0, waypoint 1 would be when both spacecraft are moving forward in time. So that means that Dragon will be right where it needs to be, and we're expecting Dragon to reach waypoint 1 about 25 minutes from now.
Yeah, and that still puts us about 16 minutes ahead of the original timeline. So we're expected to arrive at waypoint 1 at 13:22 UTC, or 6:22 a.m. over here on the West Coast in Hawthorne. And if we continue to track about 16 or so minutes early, we may get to that docking a little bit early as well. Again, we were tracking right around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast. So we may be more in the neighborhood of about the 7:15, but obviously that just depends on how all of the additional maneuvers go. But Dragon so far moving ahead of schedule in its flight to the International Space Station. We've moved past waypoint 0, so we're inside 400 meters right now, just under 370 meters away from the station. Already converged on its next stop is going to be waypoint 1. And once it gets there, again, the crew is going to jump in and command a hold before they move into their manual piloting test. right, it is 6 a.m. here in Hawthorne. If you're just now tuning in, the Dragon spacecraft well in range of the International Space Station right now, just 350 meters away. We've stepped through all of our procedures, all of our burns, all of our maneuvers to get Dragon to this point since we launched just a little over 17 and a half hours ago. Dragon was able to make all of its maneuvers to get it on the same orbital plane as the International Space Station, and we've already begun integrated operations between the teams here in Hawthorne and those out in Mission Control Houston, and now we're just really getting into some of the final steps before Dragon makes it to the space station.
Yeah, and on your screen right now we're in orbital night, so the Earth is blocking the sun, but you can see the lights from the Dragon spacecraft. That flashes a light that's right along the forward hatch. Right now, Dragon is in a relative pointing mode that's pointed directly at the space station and making its way towards waypoint 1, which is about 220 meters below the station. The International Space Station, when we're doing proximity operations, has a couple of imaginary gates. They're sort of three-dimensional shapes around the space station for vehicles that are approaching. Right now, we're moving towards a hold just outside of the 200-meter keep-out sphere. And Bob and Doug aboard, currently seated in their spacesuits, monitoring the transition. And when they get to waypoint 1, they'll issue a hold to conduct a manual flight test on this test flight mission.
Yeah, this will be their second manual flight test, and really the second kind of key objective for them to really put Dragon through the ringers. This is a demonstration flight. This is that final test before we certify the SpaceX Dragon to operationally carry full crew complements to the International Space Station. They were able to complete their first flight test shortly after getting on orbit. That one, they focused on changing Dragon's attitude, using the Earth as a guide to put Dragon in a very specific orientation known as local vertical, local horizon, essentially putting it in an orientation the same as a plane flying over the surface of the Earth. So the attitude control of Dragon, just one part of, or really one half of controlling the spacecraft. Now they're going to be testing out the translational maneuvers. So once they command that hold, the first thing that they'll do is align Dragon very precisely with the actual docking axis, and then they'll step through and send a number of commands to the spacecraft through those touch screens, moving it across a couple of different axes. So again, translational means you're moving left, right, forward, backwards, up, down, and that's one half of really controlling the spacecraft, is you have all of these different axes to worry about, both translational and for attitude. So they'll step through those. Depending on how those go, we'll then be able to move in for the final approach.
Yeah, that's right. One thing to consider with a spacecraft is it is a three-dimensional body that's moving in space. So you not only have to control your X, Y, Z position, that up, down, left, right, forward, back motion, but you also have to control which direction you're pointing. So we've alluded to the sim online that starts you off in a skewed attitude. Anytime you're pointed in a different direction, then do those translations, you have extra motions that you need to cancel out in space.
Yeah, I remember the simulation too can show you how deceiving it can be to fly in space, because when you initially look at it and you load up, it almost looks like you're already pointing directly at the docking port, and I just need to go straight, when in fact you need to physically move the capsule down and left and roll it so you're completely lined up, and then change which direction you're pointing. It's just infinitely more complex than just getting in your car and doing a left, doing a right, going forward, backward. You're operating in all dimensions when you're flying in microgravity in a spacecraft. So Dragon doing that autonomously right now. The crew will step in to do some manual control, just to again prove out the Dragon systems for the crew to jump in should they have to. Looks like we're getting some thunderstorms actually on the Earth below. Let's see where they're flying over. We're still over the Pacific Ocean. We just flew over the island of Fiji in this orbital nighttime, about 264 statute miles over a restless planet Earth.
Beautiful to see those views of the planet. Even more beautiful when we had orbital daytime. But we had some really cool shots. There's one point when we flew over the Caspian Sea, saw some really cool clouds there, and I think we also saw nighttime over Japan as we were flying over the Terminator.
Yeah, we're able to see a couple of city lights on the Earth's surface below. We're a little more than halfway through this orbital nighttime. We should be getting sunrise in about 15 minutes from now. And at that point, we will be just about arriving at waypoint 1. So we should be getting sunrise right as Dragon is arriving, just about 220 meters out in front of the space station.
Here's a cool view from the station, station camera. You can see Dragon approaching. We've just got those red and green lights on either side of the capsule. It gives folks looking at the capsule a sense of orientation of the vehicle. And here's a view from Dragon. Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward. That will hopefully get some additional views as far as we get closer to docking. So here's a good view of the space station. Pretty cool. You can actually you can see the solar panels and actually the thermal radiators there. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob and Doug. Bob in the right-hand seat in the pilot seat, Doug in the commander seat or the CDR seat. They've got a display in front of them that's the forward view. It's got some procedural information on the left-hand side that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could, of course, step in and issue a command if necessary. And then on the left-hand and right-hand screen, we're actually their piloting controls. So when the vehicle is in an appropriate state to receive those commands, they can just hop in and use those touch-sensitive gloves, issue commands to the vehicle's attitude control system.
Have a little over 13 and a half minutes still in this maneuver. It is really cool to get this look inside. And again, that screen in the middle, you can see the trajectory that Dragon is on. And if they were to just continue, it would eventually take them on a path away from the International Space Station. But at the very top of really their orbital path right now, they'll converge on a point just 220 meters directly in front of the space station. So once they do get to that point, they'll be able to command a hold and have the vehicle essentially hover just a few hundred meters in front of the space station itself. They're moving at a pretty slow pace right now, but again, slow and steady wins the race whenever we're doing these docking maneuvers in close proximity to the station. We have about 13 minutes to go. They're moving at less than half a tenth of a meter per second as they continue to close in.
There's another view from the space station looking back, and there's a brief moment there when we were looking at Doug's display where you could see that same view that we had of the International Space Station. So they have those views from the vehicle overlaid on their displays to give them some awareness of their relative motion to the space station, especially handy if they had to actually step in for manual piloting to dock. Fingers crossed they won't have to do that today, though, and that the flight control system will operate as intended.
Yeah, we'll get the manual piloting demo, and then it'll be handed over to Dragon to do a nice, smooth operated, automated docking. Again, we've not been tracking Any issues with the Dragon spacecraft on the whole flight uphill? Been moving through each of these burns a little bit ahead of schedule, running about 16 minutes or so ahead of the timeline as it was originally mapped out.
Yeah, very, very healthy vehicle, this test flight, very little. I'm sure Bob and Doug have a few things as well that they're getting used to. There's only so much a simulator can train you on. I think they had mentioned a little bit of that during the ascent portion. There are a few things that are a little different than what they expected. But just because when you're actually launching on a rocket, that's a different feeling than sitting in a training capsule.
Yeah, can't quite simulate a 9-minute ride on top of a controlled explosion in an office. But as they did give credit to the teams here at SpaceX, the actual piloting of the spacecraft went off exactly like their simulators. And so they're able to do all of that training here in Hawthorne, both in a cockpit simulator and in a full mock-up of the Dragon spacecraft itself, even able to get fully suited, plugged into the seats, go through all of the different systems that they had to get familiar with before they moved into their flight today.
Yeah, you and Jesse actually had a really cool opportunity to step in and see the training capsule. The team that I work on actually gets to help train the astronauts that are coming through, so I've had some cool opportunities to interface with the Crew 1 crew. They've already started their training for the Dragon vehicle.
Yeah, you get the really cool job. I get to come tag along every once in a while. But yeah, it was really exciting to literally sit in the seat where Bob and Doug were as they prepared for this mission. It was really exciting.
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris, crew monitoring. Chris, you can begin to monitor the approach per step 1 of 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy and work.
So heard some cool stuff over the loops there. Looks like Chris Cassidy aboard the station is getting ready to monitor. We'd sort of talked about this earlier, but during the Demonstration 1 mission, the crew aboard the International Space Station had issued commands to Dragon. That's a capability that they have. So
yeah, so with Chris Cassidy now monitoring, we're a little under 9 minutes away from that arrival at waypoint 1. Let's jump over to Gary real quick for a quick station update, and he can walk us through some of the systems that are going to be in play during this manual piloting test. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, we're monitoring the approach of Bob and Doug. Now just about 300 meters from station, heading towards that waypoint 1. One of the next milestones here coming up is going to be the manual flight test. Chris Cassidy already getting in position in front of the RPOP. This is the rendezvous software that he'll be using to watch some of the demonstration and the rest of the docking procedures for Bob and Doug as they move in to dock with the International Space Station. Right at about the time of the manual flight test, they will be communicating through the C2V2, Common Communication for Visiting Vehicle. You heard the call on the big loop. That was Joshua Kutrick here in Mission Control Houston, Capcom, talking with International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy all over the big loop. That's an integrated communication loop with space to ground on station, Dragon to ground on Dragon, everybody hearing the same thing. Once we're in position of the manual flight test, C2V2 will transition to receive video as well. We should be getting some great video from Dragon all through the hardware that is on the International Space Station, integrated and linked with the Dragon. Now just inside 300 meters from station, I'll toss it back over to Hawthorne as we go through these next steps, heading towards waypoint 1.
Right on. Thanks for that update, Gary.
As Gary said, we're inside 300 meters away from the space station. Should be getting that arrival at waypoint 1 in just about 6.5 minutes. And then we'll see some dynamic action pick up with Bob and Doug stepping in to command a hold to the Dragon spacecraft and then step into their manual piloting test. Just to give you a long look at everything, we were originally tracking the docking just a few seconds before 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have been moving well ahead of the timeline, so we may only be about an hour away from docking at this point, as they're moving about 16 or 17 minutes ahead of schedule so far with all of Dragon's maneuvers. We'll consider that initial contact and capture of the vehicle to be that initial docking. After that, though, there are a series of steps that have to take place with the Dragon vehicle, actually done in concert with the station itself, which will do a quick handover of its attitude control systems, and then the soft capture ring on the Dragon spacecraft will begin to retract, and then a series of latches or a series of indicators will tell the Dragon spacecraft when it's ready to start driving hooks, which will secure it very firmly to the international docking adapter on the very forward Node 2 port on the International Space Station. And then once we have docking complete, there will be a series of steps both for the crew on Dragon and for the crew on the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's right. Once docking is complete, the cavity in between the PMA node and Dragon, which we refer to as the vestibule, that is still a vacuum. So we'll do some steps there to bring air in from the International Space Station to pressurize that volume. There'll be a leak check on that volume to make sure that we truly have a good seal. Don't want to lose that precious life support to the vacuum of space. And then, of course, when we pressurize that volume, that area has been exposed to space for a pretty long period of time, and we're expanding a gas into it. So the temperatures will fall in there a little bit. So there'll be a period of time for a thermal hold to wait for temperatures to stabilize and to confirm that the pressure is good. So once all those things are good, then we can hopefully open the hatch, the forward hatch.
Yeah, we do expect it'll take about an hour and a half or so typically before we start seeing hatches opened between the station and the Dragon spacecraft following a docking. And there are going to be two hatches. The first on the station side is the APAS hatch. That one will get open first, and then we'll wait for everything just to make sure that, again, we're at an equalized pressure between the cabin inside Dragon and the now open hatchway on the station side before Bob and Doug are able to open up the Dragon hatch. A number of other things are taking place while we're waiting for the hatch opening to occur. Dragon, once it's docked to the space station, will be able to connect via an umbilical to transfer power from the International Space Station, so no longer needing to use its own solar arrays to power batteries and all the systems on board, be able to draw power.
Dragon SpaceX for Approach 1 on Big Loop. Approach 1 and the soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Command a hold 20 seconds after beginning Approach 1 for the manual piloting demo.
Taffy's on the Big Loop. 20 seconds after Approach 1, we will command the hold.
Good copy.
And so real quick, what they're referring to there, in about 2.5 minutes, we'll be at waypoint 1, so about 220 meters out in front of the space station. And then, just like waypoint 0, the vehicle able to bypass waypoint 1 and continue on its approach to the space station. The crew is going to jump in 20 seconds after they hear that Approach 1 has started, command a hold, and then they're going to move into that second manual piloting demonstration on board Dragon. So we should see that all start to happen in just about 2 minutes. And thankfully, as promised, the sun starting to come up on both of our spacecraft.
Yeah, they also mentioned the soft capture system. So they'll do an extension of a ring with 3 pedal-like structures on it that are covered in micro switches and sensors. And when we do finally get to waypoint 2 and final approach for docking, those will interface with the international docking adapter and give us a confirmation that we've made what's called soft capture. Now, at that point, the spacecraft may have some relative motion, so that system helps get rid of any of that relative motion before we go in for final closure of the hard capture hooks.
All right, so just a little under a minute to go now. Dragon just about right out in front of the International Space Station. Again, in less than a minute, it'll begin its approach 1, and then our crew members inside of Dragon will command the vehicle to stop. It will hover, and then they will be able to begin that manual piloting demonstration.
Just about 240 meters away from the space station. We're pretty much lined up right in front of it along what we've been calling the V-bar, and you may hear that on comms.
We do have a short communications blockage with the space station. We have pretty continuous coverage. We've had pretty continuous coverage getting views from the station cameras, which come down through our higher data rate, our KU band antenna. Sometimes it can actually get blocked by some of the station structure, whether it's solar arrays or other pieces of the station, depending on where the actual TDRS satellite that it's pointing at is located. And it looks like we do have that blockage for the next 5 minutes or so. And then once that clears up and we have a clear line of sight for that antenna, we'll get that video back from the International Space Station. So we're expecting that to come about 28 minutes after the hour, so in about 5 minutes from now.
Ground control teams still certainly have good data to both Dragon and the International Space Station, so they're still able to monitor what's happening, have good telemetry, so different sensors, the velocity of the vehicle, how the prop is doing, if any thrusters are firing, what commands are being sent.
Just had a quick TDRS handover for Dragon, so transitioning between those tracking and data relay satellites and standing by for confirmation of that hold.
Station, it's Houston on the Big Loop for Chris monitoring.
Right, Houston.
Station, in preparation for Endeavour's manual piloting demo, you can monitor now for block Charlie in 1.104, Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
That'll be block Charlie.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. Expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Copy.
All right, so we had confirmation the crew was able to send that hold. They're at right about 203 meters away from the space station right now, it looks like.
So right now, just
So-
flying in formation right in front of the space station, which is really cool.
Again, we should be getting the video views from the station itself back in just about 2 minutes from now. But yeah, Dragon holding just about 200, a little over 200 meters directly out in front. They're going to take a few moments to reconfigure C2V2, that common communication for visiting vehicles, to begin getting some higher data rates to get video from Dragon through the station as we begin to step into this near-field manual piloting demo. And just a reminder, Bob and Doug are going to be doing some translational maneuvers, so they're going to precisely align the Dragon with the docking axis, so lining it up directly in the center of the docking target, and then they'll begin to move along a number of different axes through translations, forward, backward, up, down, left, right, just another test of the manual control function on board the Dragon spacecraft. And then once they're complete with that, they'll put Dragon back into automated control and begin to move in towards the final waypoint, waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of Dragon. So before we start that, we do need to wait until we get that high data rate communication with the station locked back up. Again, should be just about another minute or so until that's in place.
And hopefully when we get that high data rate communication back, we'll also get some views into the cabin behind Bob and Doug. We got a few cool views of that earlier as they were getting closer and closer to station. So if you're just joining us,
Station Houston on the Big Loop for Chris. Dragon's now transmitting docking camera video. We want to confirm that video and data is updating in the Dragon 2 docking monitor.
Work. Confirm.
Copy, confirm, thanks.
so as I was mentioning earlier, if you're just now joining us, Dragon is now just 220 meters in front of the space station. The astronauts aboard, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, have commanded a manual hold. That's to perform a manual piloting test. There is a very nice shot of the Dragon vehicle from cameras aboard the space station. You just saw one of the Draco thrusters there firing, just to keep it in that hold attitude, flying right in front of the station.
Yeah, we have two cameras on the very forward port of Node 2, so right where Dragon's going to be headed following the completion of this manual piloting test.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. C2V2 link reconfiguration is complete. The soft capture ring extension is also complete.
Dragon copies on the Big Loop. Good ring extension and C2V2 reconfig.
So those comms on the Big Loop, the core, the crew operations and resources engineer here at SpaceX letting the crew know that we have a good TDRS link again. Good C2V2 link again. It's common communications for visiting vehicles. And we actually heard a little bit earlier as well comms to Chris Cassidy to monitor this manual piloting test.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, you are go to execute the proximity manual flight test per procedure 4.041, and I have the target fuel levels when you are ready to copy.
You are go for 4.041, and we're ready to copy the fuel constraint.
Your 1/3 fuel usage will be 60.9, 2/3 58.9, and terminate 57.9.
We copy 60.9, 58.9, and 57.9. We'll pick up in 4.041.
Good copy, and we're with you.
All right, so they're going to start maneuvering Dragon again, making some translational maneuvers. We did get some insight that it looks like they're a little bit to the left of the docking axis right now, and so we should expect them to move directly into the center line as one of their first maneuvers. That's going to be their very first maneuver, and then they have a strict list of choreographed steps just to test out moving on the other axes. And we heard the core Anna Menon calling up the expected fuel usage inside Dragon. They're going to be keeping a close eye on that just to make sure they're not overusing the propellant in this flight test, making sure we still have good margins for all of the approach maneuvers, and then obviously for everything at the end of the mission itself.
Yeah, and the thrusters that we're using here.
Dragon, on the Big Loop, we are commencing with docking axis capture.
We are following along with you.
So the thrusters that we expect to see firing here would be on the service section or on the trunk. And you'll see some plumes coming out from the shot on your screen.
First part of this maneuver is just to really line them up perfectly with that docking axis. So they were already several meters off once this hold occurred, and so they're making very low impulse commands being sent to those Draco thrusters. Again, as Shiva was saying, there's the 12 around the lower part of the Dragon capsule that they're going to be using, and we're seeing small bursts now.
Yeah, and they actually have a couple of precision modes where they can put in sort of coarse and fine inputs into the vehicle. That's all stuff that they can control off of those touchscreen displays to get the right amount of impulsive thrust into the vehicle. If you're trying to get a little bit oriented to how the vehicle is positioned, that's the nose cone on the top of your screen. So Bob and Doug would be sitting sort of underneath that nose cone and see the pressurized portion of the capsule, and their seats look up into the displays and also would look towards the side hatch, which is currently sealed underneath on the opposite side of where that nose cone is. Very cool to see those thruster plumes.
Yeah, the Kronos and Mission Control Houston actually opened up the iris a little bit on that camera on the space station so we could see these plumes.
And SpaceX Dragon, we've completed the docking axis capture maneuver. We're going to move on to the YZ translation.
Copy, we're with you.
All right, sounds like they've got themselves lined up exactly on the docking axis, so directly in front of that international docking adapter on Node 2. Now they're going to begin some lateral and axial maneuvers. So again, just putting Dragon now off the docking axis and to just continue these translational maneuvers. So at this point, we should see them head up to the right and up from this view as they're just making very small adjustments in the Dragon's positioning in front of the space station right now.
And here comes the translation.
We copy.
Yeah, in the data, it looks like we're seeing the 6 thrusters essentially on the bottom of the spacecraft right now from this view, lighting up. So it's going to begin to move them straight up. And it's difficult to tell, but there is a very slow drift upward right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about 0.1 meters a second, if I'm looking at this data correctly. So very slow and steady. And they will probably do a quick correction to stop that upward movement. It's a little surreal seeing Dragon so close to the space station. Less than 18 hours ago, I was on the pad at Launch Complex 39A. Now it's so close to its destination.
And being piloted by humans for the second time already in this mission.
And I would just be too excited. I don't know how Bob and Doug keep this so professional.
It's that test pilot mentality.
Yeah, they both have thousands of hours in aircraft. Both test pilots.
Yeah, both came from military test pilot backgrounds. Bob Bank in the Air Force, Doug Hurley, a Marine Corps aviator.
And then I believe Naval Test Pilot School, so... A little bit overexposed there, but you can still see the thrusters firing.
Yeah, our Kronos working to do that deliberately for us so we can see those thruster plumes from this camera view. We're at a normal exposure, so not able to see those jets into the darkness of space. But when we do overexpose a little bit, you're able to see those thruster plumes coming out of the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, it's amazing how the plume has to catch the light just the right way for us to even see that it's happening outside of data. Yeah, and looking at the data now, it looks like we have zeroed out that radial velocity delta. So Bob and Doug cleared out that small translation test that they did. We may get a radio call down here that they've completed the Y direction testing. I know we've mentioned this a few times, but it looks like the spacecraft are totally still right now. And that's partially true. They're still relative to each other. But right now, both the space station and Dragon are going around the world, what is it, about once every 90-ish minutes or less?
Once every 90 minutes, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets every single day. And while our view right now...
Translation, moving on to the Y.
We copy. We're with you.
I copy. So I was a little bit mistaken. They just finished up the Z direction, doing the Y next.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, you have used approximately 1/3 of your prop test budget.
And Dragon copies 1/3 of the prop test budget.
So the Corps letting the crew know how much prop they've worked through. Still have 2/3 of their budget left to do test maneuvers. And of course, any bit of propellant that they're using is just a little bit less margin if they needed to use it for something else. But a good way to exercise the system, see that manual piloting works as intended, and I'm sure for them to have a chance to provide some feedback on how manual piloting actually felt in space and how the control felt.
Yeah, a big part of their job for this mission is really to not only put the vehicle through its paces, but to take a lot of detailed notes and mental notes that they're going to be passing along to any future crew members flying on board Crew Dragon. As we've talked about, the simulators have been a pretty good guide for how the actual manual piloting goes, but things like the ascent up to orbit were quite a bit different from what they expected. And so they're just taking all of that in, internalizing it, and a big part of their job once they come home is to pass that along to all of our upcoming crews, one of which is targeted to launch just about a month after they come home. That Crew 1 outfit of 3 NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Shannon Walker, and a Japanese astronaut, Soichi Noguchi, will be aiming to do that flight a little bit later this year. So going through the paces right now, looking at our data, I think I made the same mistake you did, where I assumed them going up would be the y-axis. It looks like that was actually their z-axis, and the y now them moving to the right. So we're seeing some small shifts. They're continuing to use up a little bit of their prompt budget. We heard they're already a little past 1/3.
Yeah, it's actually something interesting about both aircraft and rockets. When you consider the coordinate system, what we refer to as the x-axis is usually the one that goes through the nose. So in the case of Falcon 9 and Dragon sitting on top of each other, the x-axis would have been pointing through the nose cone going up. Can be a little bit counterintuitive. And then actually in aircraft, the z-axis usually points down, depending on whether you use European or American coordinate systems and the type of aircraft you're working on. But important for both Space Station and Dragon to be on the same coordinate system as they do this eventually as they step into the approach maneuvers here towards waypoint 2. Dragon will be using its relative navigation sensors, again, for relative position to the station, to make sure that it's on the approach, within the bounds of the approach corridor going towards the station when we get to that after this manual piloting test.
Should be getting to that shortly. This manual piloting test was slated to last about 25 minutes. As we have been running ahead of schedule today with all of Dragon's maneuvers, we could be looking at a docking only about 25 or 30 minutes from now. So once they're done with this manual flight test, they'll turn control back over to Dragon's flight computers, and they'll resume their approach, which had actually already started automatically before the crew issued a hold command to the vehicle. And then they'll press in to arrive at waypoint number 2, at which point the teams will do a final go, no-go for docking. They'll depart that 20-meter hold point, and it should be just about 5 minutes following that departure until we get contact and captured.
Yeah, and the crew right now are seated in Dragon in the pilot and commander's seat. Both of them are suited for what are relatively dynamic maneuvers. And they'll continue to be suited until we have confirmation of good hard capture on the space station. So right now, just interfacing with the touchscreen displays, testing out manual piloting. Hopefully secretly a little bit giddy to be piloting a spacecraft.
I mean, before they had launched, Bob Behnken had referred to this mission as every astronaut's dream, getting to launch in a new spacecraft, putting it through its paces. He and Doug Hurley, with those test pilot backgrounds, testing out a new spacecraft has to be as good as it gets. But they're still stepping through this manual piloting. We should have just a few more minutes until they're done with this Y-axis translation. And then they'll be able to turn command back over to Dragon, which will return itself to the docking axis and then begin that approach into waypoint 2.
Yeah, and as a look ahead, so when we do transition into that approach, Dragon will autonomously go towards waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from the forward international docking adapter on node 2. And it'll hold there. That'll give the ground team some time, both in Houston and at here in Hawthorne, to do a go-no-go poll, make sure that the vehicle still looks healthy, make sure that everyone on board the space station and of course on board Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon, we completed with the translation maneuvers. We're going to pick up with the closure maneuver.
We copy. We're following along with you.
All right, sounds like they're done with their translations. They're going to start moving it back to the docking axis, put us right back on the center line, and then we're going to resume that approach into station.
Dragon SpaceX, you have used 2/3 of your prop test budget.
I can copy 2/3 of the budget. SpaceX Dragon. That completes the closure maneuver.
We copy. Closure maneuver complete.
That will move on to 4.041, section 4.
We copy and concur.
All right, so our manual flight test has been completed. We're standing by for them to now resume approach 1. So to move in from that waypoint 1, we're already inside of the keep out sphere at this point. Dragon's holding just 176 meters from the space station, and pretty soon they're going to be approaching.
Dragon. That completes the manual piloting demonstration. I only had to twist Doug's arm for 2 or 3 minutes to get him to allow me to deactivate the piloting controls.
We copy. Excellent. Thank you. And with that, we ask that you, from the display used for manual piloting, please go to audio settings and adjust a gain setting for seat 1 or 4. And in addition, we would appreciate any handling qualities evaluation of the proximity piloting possible.
We've completed the gain setting adjustment for seat 1, and I'll turn it over to Doug for the handling quality quick look.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for the handling qualities. It flew just about like the sim, so my congratulations to the folks in Hawthorne. It flew really well, very crisp. It was a little sloppier and wide, just like we saw in the sim, but all the other axes, as well as closure and opening, were all just as per.
Excellent to hear. Thank you.
That kind of gives you an indication of sort of how the design process works. You know, Bob and Doug have had lots of opportunities to test this out and sim it and give their feedback. And pretty cool to hear that their sim experience was very similar to what they saw actually on orbit. Just, I think you said 170 meters away from station right now?
Yeah, we're just 176, and I imagine as a spacecraft designer, that's exactly what you want to hear, is the way that I trained you in it here on the ground is exactly how it performed once you're there for the real thing. So the second manual piloting test in the books, Bob and Doug putting Dragon through its paces. Now we're time to put it all to where we get to our endpoint. We're ready to get Dragon docked to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground will be resuming approach shortly. We do plan to hold briefly at waypoint 2, so reminder that crew visors down are not required until the ground is preparing to command the final approach.
Thanks, Dragon. We copy. We'll hold at waypoint 2 for a pause, and then we'll get our visors then once you command.
We copy.
And station, it's Houston on the Big Loop. As you've heard, Endeavour is resuming its approach to waypoint 2. Chris, you can monitor now for step 2. That's step 2 and 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitor.
Copy, step 2 will work.
Pretty cool view of the International Space Station from Dragon. This would actually be overlaid, or rather their controls would be overlaid on the displays on top of this view. And we got to see some pretty cool views from behind. Actually, there's a view right there. You can see the station on their displays. Visors up, Doug in the left seat, Bob in the right seat.
Yeah, so at this moment, Dragon is going to be resuming the approach. As we heard them informing the crew, They're going to have that one final hold when they're just 20 meters away. That's going to be at waypoint 2. We're expecting it to be a brief hold while the teams all tag up and do a final go to move in for docking. Getting a great look at the space station itself. The docking port is right in the center of our screen. You can see another spacecraft currently docked to the space station, the Japanese HTV spacecraft currently docked to the Earth-facing port. One of those common berthing mechanisms also on Node 2. So Dragon will be the second vehicle to be docked to the Harmony module once it makes its final approach. And it's moving in right now. Again, just to give you an idea of how quickly they're moving, they're going at about 0.3 of a meter per second right now. And so if you're having any trouble with that docking simulator online, remember to just slow things down a little bit and your chances will go up exponentially. We just passed 140 meters away. We'll get our live video comm back with the space station momentarily. As soon as we do, we'll bring you back up there. But for now, Bob and Doug continuing to fly in. They're just 135 meters away.
Station on the big loop. In step 2, review of steps 3 and 4 is complete. Crew on the International Space Station is ready for docking.
Station Houston on the big loop. We copied the review of 3 and 4 complete. International Space Station ready. Thank you.
Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy giving the report. Station is ready for docking.
Yeah, and you can see the trajectory of the spacecraft. There are small corrections that are happening. So as we get closer and closer to station, we're trying to stay within those 2 corridors, which are shown coming out of the docking port that we're going towards. That little dot, I think, was the 20-meter hold point. So that's where we expect there to be the spacecraft holding right in front of the International Docking Adapter. There'll be a go, no-go poll. The ground teams have worked hard over the past probably years to come up with a set of what we call flight rules. So those are technical constraints, items that we look for, that if any of those criteria were violated, then we have a rule that we've predetermined, gives us guidance to say whether we could approach or not. So far, our vehicle has been very healthy, but technical ground teams will all do their due diligence to make sure that it's still safe to approach.
Right, and at this moment, that approach is continuing, still moving in at about 0.3 of a meter per second. Dragon's coming up on just 100 meters away from the space station.
So the very top there is the nose cone on the spacecraft, where we've got a cool view. Left side of your screen is the International Space Station. Right side of your screen is Dragon.
We're inside 100 meters, continuing to close. Again, we're going to have a short hold at 20 meters. Teams will just do a final check, and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief. We should get to that hold point in just about 4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
I think you can see a meatball and American flag on that on the spacecraft. The NASA logo, of course, referred to as the meatball. I think there was some spirited discussion about the meatball versus the worm during ascent. And you can see those logos. That structure on the fairing structure is actually what the Super Dracos are housed in. Of course, all of those are deactivated now, only used for launch escape during the ascent portion. Nose cone right at the top of the vehicle, and you can see sort of the sealing surface. Those four circular slots right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the Ford bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns, the 5 burns to get to this point. Right now, we don't have a reason to use those. We'll only be making small attitude corrections with the service section Dracos. And you can see the service section actually pretty clearly here too. There's a black portion and a white portion sort of separated by a fin. The black portion is solar panels, solar cells that'll charge Dragon's batteries, and the bottom side are the white portion is actually a thermal radiator that's used to keep the spacecraft nice and cool. Of course, the avionics and the cabin, making sure that Bob and Doug are comfortable inside.
It looks like we're getting a shadow cast. We are just 60 meters away, continuing to close in, just about 40 meters to go until we're at that hold point. Should get there in just over 2 minutes. Meanwhile, teams in Hawthorne and in Houston doing their internal go, no go for docking. They're going to get all the teams polled. Once everyone's go, we'll be able to give Dragon the final go ahead for the vehicle to autonomously fly in and dock with the International Space Station. Should be coming up on waypoint 2 arrival in just about 1 minute, 45 seconds. At this point, it'll be 20 meters away from that docking port. The International Docking Adapter number 2 attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the very forward end of the Harmony module.
Right there on the, right around the center, you can see the forward hatch. It's got a window in it. You can see a couple of handles, and there's some features that look sort of bronze-ish. Those are the pedals that we were talking about earlier as part of the soft capture system. So pretty wild, too, to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the station on Dragon. Wow.
And we're getting these views of Dragon's approach from 2 cameras that are right next to that docking adapter. And the movement's a little jarring at times. These cameras are being commanded by a person at the Cronus console in Mission Control Houston, and they send some very basic function commands to the camera, which it then executes automatically. And so they're continuing to follow Dragon in, so we do thank them for their diligence to give us these views of this historic moment as we are just less than 30 meters away from docking.
Right above the NASA meatball logo, you can see 3 of the service section Draco thrusters.
That's right, 12 in all. So the 4 of those clusters spread around the vehicle, used for a lot of the attitude control and any small translational maneuvers like we just watched Bob and Doug execute with their second manual flight test.
Yeah, and actually oriented in a way, too, where if you were to lose some of those thrusters, you still have redundancy and control in those axes. That's part of the reason why they're sort of at the angles that they are.
All right, so we should be getting to waypoint 2 right now. So it looks like we do have that hold.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted. And for your awareness, we have sunset in a little less than 8.5 minutes.
Copies all on the Big Loop. Go for docking.
So Doug on the spacecraft confirming their go for docking. They're going to put down their visors. Got some instructions there about the crew hands-off point that we had talked about earlier. That's a point where we don't want the crew issuing any commands to the vehicle. It's about just about 2 meters away from the docking adapter. I believe the number is about 1.7 meters.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Houston and station are now go for docking. Chris, you can monitor per steps 3 and 4. 3 and 4 in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy steps 3 and 4.
Next Dragon on the Big Loop. Our visors are down.
Copy, visors down.
With the crew confirming their visors down, we should see the final approach resume.
Station Dragon on the Big Loop. We are inbound from approach 2.
Copy inbound.
Mission copy.
And we're going to be racing that sunset. The approach has resumed. Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not issuing any abort commands. At that point, it would be too late. And so any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself. So we're closing in at less than 1/10 of a meter per second at this point.
You can see the service section Draco is just doing all these very small, minor attitude corrections. Really, the autonomous docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the International Docking Adapter. You can see much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time. And then, of course, the pedals of the soft capture system. Wow.
Dragon on the Big Loop. We're inside 10 meters. We cannot make out the docking target, but we do see the outline.
We copy and concur, 10 meters.
All right, we're less than 10 meters away. Again, we're closing at that rate of less than 1/10 of a meter per second. We should be just about 1 minute, 45 seconds away from docking.
There is a center line camera right in that middle, so that you can see where the forward hatch is, and right in the middle of that there's a window and there's a center line camera that is aligned with the center of the vehicle and the center of the docking mechanism. So that is what the autonomous docking system is using to line up with sort of a cross hatch, cross target on the docking port. Again, the forward docking port on PMA2, or the pressurized mating adapter.
And we are just 5 meters away. Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Those shadows of the space station on the vehicle. Yeah, you can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go.
Okay.
2 meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Dragon is safe. Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Bye.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia.
You saw a little bit of motion there of Dragon. That was that relative motion that the soft capture system is damping out. once that motion is clear, then the soft capture system will be retracted, and Dragon will go for hard capture.
Again, if just now tuning in, that soft capture, that docking coming 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the East Coast. Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia. So that soft capture ring now going to retract. It's one more step on the way to docking complete.
On board.
Yeah, and so the next step here is once the soft capture ring is retracted, there are 12 latches that we refer to as hard capture latches. Those are what will really create that pressure-tight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. So once soft capture is complete, and I believe we'll get that call from our core here, Anna, then we'll get confirmation of hard capture, and the crew, of course, aboard have this information on their displays, so they'll also see indication of hard capture complete. And once those two steps are done, then that's docking complete.
That's right, and we're expecting to hear some words from everybody. A pretty monumental moment. I mean, for Doug Hurley, he's returning to where he last docked almost 9 years ago on the very last space shuttle mission, now commanding the very first commercial spacecraft to deliver astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's got to be cool for them. They've mentioned quite a few times that they're best friends, our favorite dads in space, as we've been calling them. This has got to be really cool for them. It's got to be really cool for their families too, watching this.
It looks like we have another quick handover. We'll get that video back shortly. We're about 75% complete already with that retraction. Once that retraction is completed, we'll keep an eye out for the 12 ready to hook indicators. Once those are ready, those 12 hooks will begin to engage, and that'll securely attach Dragon to the International Space Station.
Yeah, so right now the vehicle confirming that the soft capture system is deployed correctly and is fully retracted. And then once the soft capture system is fully retracted, that'll set up the vehicle to put in the hard capture pins. There's 12 of those around the docking ring, and that's what creates that airtight seal between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. The volume between, which we refer to as the vestibule, is currently not pressurized. Of course, it was just exposed to the vacuum of space until literally minutes ago, about 4 minutes ago. So just waiting for the vehicle to get that.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
All right, so we see those ready to hook indicators are lighting up green. So we should be just about to step into those 12 hooks beginning to engage to get that secure mate between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter on the space station.
Wow, right now those two vehicles are flying together. They are attached to each other.
It's been just under 19 hours since we lifted off. We're actually at about 18 hours, 58 minutes, and 42 seconds. So we promised about a 19-hour ride up to station, and we made it just a few minutes before that. They were able to dock a few minutes ahead of schedule. We were tracking them to still take about another 10 minutes, but able to step through all of their burns about 16 minutes ahead of schedule and get us to where we are now. If you missed it just a few moments ago, that initial docking coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the east coast of the United States, and they were 262 statute miles flying together over the northern border of China and Mongolia. So really exciting. We're just waiting for this docking complete to be confirmed. We're expecting to hear some words, obviously, from the crew on board and all the excited teams down here. We're just waiting for this moment. And then it's time to start getting Dragon integrated into the station. There will be an umbilical that will get mated, and that'll allow Dragon to flow data and power into the station systems, and then it'll be over to the crew.
Endeavour and station at Houston on the big loop. MCS is configured. We're proceeding with hook driving.
All right, and they did a quick, so the motion control system onboard station now back under those control moment gyros, so handed over from the Russian thrusters, and Dragon now given the go to drive those hooks. We have to do that changeover of attitude control before we drive those hooks, as the Russian thrusters a little bit more dynamic in their control of attitude, and if you had a thruster firing while you were starting to drive those hooks, that could miss a line. So going over to the smoother control moment gyros on the US side, now controlling the attitude on board the station, and those hooks, those 12 hooks on Dragon, about to start driving.
Right now, Dragon and ISS attached, just flying off the east coast of China, just underneath Japan. Attached to each other, we recently passed over to the orbital night, so we're on the currently the dark side of the world. And actually, we're lucky enough to see soft capture happen just as we were crossing over the Terminator line.
And if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is one of the cameras on the very outboard part of the Japanese experiment module, looking back in towards the very front part of Node 2, where Dragon is currently docked. We are in an orbital nighttime, that's why everything is so dark, but you're looking at Dragon. It is horizontal to the ground, so the hatch part is right where that green light pretty much is. You can see the nose cone still illuminated above it, and it is currently attached to an international docking adapter on the International Space Station.
And inside that capsule are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, first astronauts to fly on a privately developed vehicle up to the International Space Station. Both test pilots got to do some fun tests today. Have a few more steps before they can actually get aboard and ingress to the International Space Station. And that's what we heard over the big loop, that transition, which allows us to then proceed with hard capture.
Wow.
And we're seeing the first set of hooks, so the first 6 out of the 12 are now closed, 6 more to go.
Again, there are 12 of those along the ring. And that helps us ensure that we have an airtight seal. It is vacuum around them right now, so we want to make sure we're keeping all of that valuable life support in the vehicle. Now the combined ISS Dragon vehicle.
Ecco qua l'interfaccia.
Meanwhile, inside the capsule, Bob and Doug also standing by for this hard capture to complete. And once we have that docking complete call, they'll be able to start stepping through a number of procedures to get them ready to move into the International Space Station. They'll get the go-ahead to doff or get out of their suits, and then they'll have some activities on the Dragon side to prepare for the hatch opening. Chris Cassidy will mainly be working on the station side to pressurize the vestibule. So as Shiv has talked about, the space between the Dragon capsule and the space station was exposed to vacuum, and even after this tight seal has occurred, we'll still be at vacuum inside. So we'll actually open up a valve to supply air from the station side into that space between the Dragon and station hatchways, and they'll get it up to the same ambient pressure that we'll have inside of Dragon and on the station itself. They'll wait for it to thermally balance out, make sure we don't have any temperature swings as we're bringing it up from vacuum. So probably from a very cold temperature up to about 72 degrees that they have in their cabin temperature on board the station, and then we'll get the hatches open.
Dragon SpaceX, hard capture complete. Stand by for docking completion.
And now that hard capture is complete, so that's confirmation of those 12 latches to create that airtight seal. Now that's complete, the umbilicals from the station side will interface with the Dragon vehicle umbilicals, and that'll provide power and communications through space station directly to Dragon. Pretty much the whole way up, Dragon's been using a combination of batteries and its solar cells pointed at the sun to make sure that it has enough electrical power for the journey up.
And we're just standing by now for that umbilical to get mated, and that's going to, again, as Shiv was just saying, start the power and data transfer between Dragon and the space station. They've been transmitting data through RF radio frequency on the way uphill, and during the final approach, this will give a hard mate, basically a wired LAN connection between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station itself, and then also being able to draw power from the station systems using those great big solar arrays that are used to generate all of the electricity for systems on board the station.
Wow. Alle 7:30 del Pacifico. Sarebbero fossero precisi. 7:30, film. Completo il docking, fatto. Alle 7:30 giuste.
And the soft capture system has been stowed. We see the umbilical starting to deploy. About 40% of the way so far, going pretty quickly. Should just take a couple more seconds until we're all the way connected. And then we should be getting that docking complete call out from the core here in Mission Control, SpaceX and Hawthorne. Standing by.
Dragon SpaceX, docking sequence is complete.
Dragon, we copy docking complete. To say that it's been a real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Hera arrived. È dentro la stazione.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
Hello, Kathy. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Endeavour, this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station. after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, you have completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation. Bob and Doug, good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations on a phenomenal accomplishment and welcome to the International Space Station.
Yippee.
Well, thank you, Anna. We appreciate all the good words and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human spaceflight again to our nation. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
Wow. Grandi.
And Dragon SpaceX, with that, ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to dock your suits per procedure 4.012. We will be configuring your video to go external shortly, and we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
We copy all. Go ahead for Bob's suit.
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and O&C checks. We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress, but in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zipper heads to see if any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
Copy. Bob will take a close look at his zippers when he doffs, and he'll get doffing first, so we'll let you know as soon as we see something or if we see something.
Great. Thank you so much.
Wow. So now Dragon has completed its docking sequence. There's a number of checks. That was an absolutely historic moment. And in spite of that, the ground team's getting right back to business, talking about the suit performance.
Just let us know when the interior cameras are secured.
On Dragon to
Gotta
Ground,
turn
we
the
will-
cameras off first before we can get them out of their suits.
Absolutely. So spacecraft is now docked. They've got several tasks that they're going to need to be able to do. While we're waiting for those tasks to happen, we're actually going to take a short break. But if in case you just missed it, the Dragon spacecraft is now docked to the International Space Station, docked at 7:16 a.m. local time.
Yep.
Bob and Doug are at the space station.
Yeah, they're there. It was just under a 19-hour journey from their launch to their docking, so pretty much right on what we were expecting. They got there a little bit early today, which was nice, as they were able to get through all those burns. But they're docked. It's going to be a little while. They have to do that vestibule pressurization, and then they'll have to do some leak checks.
Dragon on Dragon to ground for Bob. I've got both structural zippers on my gloves lowered, and I do see white teeth visible on both sides. It looks like a full white tooth. I'll give you an update once I get to the leg zipper.
Copy. White teeth on both sides, and we'll await your next status.
So the crew right now just going through some checks of their gloves. They're about to get out of their suits. That'll be the first step for the crew on board Dragon. For the crew on board station, Chris Cassidy is going to start getting that vestibule pressurized, and then they're going to do leak checks. So they're going to be actually taking atmosphere from station, putting it into that vestibule, and then once we get all the leak checks done, things are thermally stabilized, it'll be time for hatch opening. We'll be able to see Bob and Doug get into the space station for the first time from on board the Dragon spacecraft. And again, for Doug Hurley, this is the exact port he was at almost 9 years ago when he was on the very last space shuttle mission, and now he's commanding the first commercial vehicle to dock with the International Space Station. I think that's going to do it for us in Hawthorne. We're going to give you into the very capable hands of Gary Jordan to take you through the rest of the hatch opening. We're going to be watching from here and following along. We can't wait to see these crew members on board the International Space Station. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. We hope you enjoyed the launch. We hope you enjoyed the ride uphill. We really hope you were with us every single moment from suit up until now, so you've been up for over 24 hours. But it's been an incredible experience for us to see these guys get on board the International Space Station, to watch Dragon go through the paces, to be lofted into orbit on Falcon 9. Something we've been waiting for years, seeing it come to fruition. I'm still grappling with.
Dragon SpaceX
but
on Dragon
really
to ground.
incredible.
Video is
and
no
Shiv,
interior.
it was an honor doing this with you today.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. They
Dragon copies. Thanks, Anna.
can't step on the crew. That's
Can't
the
step
one
on the
rule.
yeah.
There were some really great words there from all of the flight control teams about how this was a joint partnership between NASA and SpaceX. I think everyone is over the moon here at SpaceX for this. Bob and Doug have got to be excited, and now back to business to get the vestibule ready to go, and then get them on board the station. So again, thank you for following us. Please continue to watch as Gary takes over for the hatch opening portion. And keep following our social media for more updates on what's happening with Hatch Open.
Over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Dan. What an incredible flight for Bob and Doug, lifting off just yesterday and now in space, attached to the International Space Station. Some kind words all over after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, and a hard mate just 11 minutes later. We're still not done here. We're going to take you through the pressurization sequence and eventually hatch opening
SpaceX
of the
Dragon
International
on
Space
Dragon to
Station.
ground. Cabin mic check com.
And I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. How me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Mi muto un attimo così.
Good comm checks. We're still...
Parlano solo loro.
And SpaceX Dragon with an update from Bob. It looks like white tooth on the leg zipper as well. We'll take a close look if we can see anything else that might have resulted in that lower leak check pressure.
Copy. Really appreciate the report. Thank you.
Teams behind me will be configuring the Dragon and the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard. First, of course, the International Space Station attitude control moment gyros, really holding the Dragon in place through the hard capture sequence. We'll start enabling those thrusters and pressurizing the vestibule. It'll take about an hour until we're able to get the hatch open. The teams here in Mission Control Houston Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville, will be taking us through that process. Aboard the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy standing by in Node 2. Right in front of that is the pressurized mating adapter. He recently opened up the hatch to introduce some of the station air and mix it, get a nice mix in there, avoiding some CO2 pockets. That hatch you see just beyond Chris Cassidy there is normally closed. He was able to open it a little bit earlier today, mix some of that cabin air, and get rid of those CO2 pockets, make sure it's all clean and ready for Bob and Doug. He closed it shortly after just to make sure no FOD or foreign objects, anything were to float in there that would inhibit any hatch opening process today. One of the next milestones for Chris Cassidy will be to open up that hatch. He's got some cameras, you see, placed within that node. We'll get some good views of the hatch opening and welcoming Bob and Doug here in just about an hour. A big moment in history today, May 31st, 2020. Just on the other side of that hatch, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have successfully arrived at the International Space Station. Still a couple of milestones to get through before we can open up that hatch. It's going to take some time. First, pressurizing the vestibule in between the station. Again, a few milestones to get through to that hatch opening. First, the International Space Station attitude control has been successfully switched from control moment gyro only control, enabling some of the thrusters on the International Space Station. We also just received word that Dragon is successfully receiving power.
Ground ISS power connection has been established.
And there you have it. Dragon is successfully receiving power from the International Space Station.
and Dragon copies on Dragon to ground that power has been established. Just let us know when we should make a hardline comm check.
We will, Co. Thank you.
For those of you just joining us, you are getting a live look at NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, doing some of the prep work to open up the hatch and get ready to welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. They launched successfully yesterday at 2:22 p.m. Central Time, 3:22 p.m. Eastern, and docked successfully with a contact and capture just a little bit ago at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 Eastern. Now, some of the milestones to get that hatch open have already taken place. First, attitude control. For some of the docking sequence, for the initial contact and capture, attitude control was on Russian thrusters. That was moved to control moment gyros for hard mate, making sure that everything lined up and we got those ready-to-hook indicators green before driving those hooks. The attitude control has since been switched to enable some thrusters on the International Space Station. We did get confirmation of good power being delivered from ISS to the Dragon. Next will be to test some hard line communication between Dragon and the International Space Station.
Dragon and Station. It's Houston calling on the big loop. We're prepared and getting ready to transition the comm system to hardline, at which time we're going to do a couple comm checks. We just want to make sure everybody's on board with that and aware. So Dragon first, maybe let me know if you hear this and if you're go with that plan.
Yeah, Houston, Endeavor on the big loop. We had you loud and clear.
Houston Station copies and concurs.
Okay, Endeavor and Station, we have it loud and clear on RF right now. We are putting it in work now, so transitioning comm system to hardline, and we'll call you back for voice checks momentarily.
Endeavor copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. The voice you just heard was Capcom Joshua Kutrick from here in Mission Control Houston, relaying through the big loop. That's integrated communications with Dragon and the International Space Station, just taking us through those procedures until we get to hatch opening. Now, there's an umbilical connection with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Next, we'll be proceeding with some of the communications checks. The big loop established on the C2V2 Common Communications for Visiting Vehicle through some of the last legs of the rendezvous and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly. We're going to get some good views of station today. You see Chris Cassidy working inside Node 2. Just on the other side is the hatch. That hatch is separating between the International Space Station and the pressurized mating adapter. One more hatch to go after that. That hatch opens up to the Dragon hatch with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side. Just surrounding Chris Cassidy from this view, you can see a series of cameras. We're going to get some great views from Node 2 there on the left, a couple high-definition cameras on the right, a 360 VR camera. Part of an initiative to engage viewers and provide views that from the International Space Station that have never been seen before. We'll get to see some of those 360-degree views later after they're configured and stitched on the ground, now being recorded during this historic moment today, May 31st, 2020.
Affirmative, we are on the same page. Those steps in the execution note are all that's needed.
Copy, in work.
You're getting a live look at Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station. Just in front of him is that 360-degree camera. He's got cameras situated all over Node 2, pointing right towards that hatch. On the other side, we'll be welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley after pressurization of the vestibule, and we'll start beginning hatch opening after that.
Open.
Yeah, we copy MPEV open, Chris.
Another handover of communication from the tracking and data relay satellites, providing video and audio communication from the International Space Station, now integrated with the Dragon Power. Still looking towards some of those hard-line communication checks. Again, we'll lose communication intermittently as the International Space Station flies 269 statute miles.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We're go for open on the Node 2 forward hatch.
Regaining some of that video from International Space Station. Chris Cassidy given the go to open that Node 2 forward hatch. Again, he opened it a little bit earlier today to allow some of the station air to mix into the pressurized mating adapter. There it is. Now again, there's a few more hatches to open until we are able to welcome Bob and Doug aboard the International Space Station. You're looking through the hatch into the pressurized mating adapter. There's another hatch down there through the pressurized mating adapter that opens up to the International Docking Adapter.
Houston on 3. Hey, Josh. There was zero on DPDT, and the Node 2 forward hatch is open.
And Chris, we copy Node 2 forward hatch open. We concur your go for the next yellow activity. That's your 1515 activity. It's step 2 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through hatch opening. Basically, you're going to cycle the 8-pass equalization valve.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 to monitor vestibule pressurization.
And copies. Small.
Dragon on Dragon to Ground. For 4.012, we've completed up to Section 5, and we've got a timer started for 1 hour.
Copy, completed through Section 5, and your suits are drying, and you have started a timer for 1 hour. With that, do we have your permission to come back on board?
Get you back on board.
We copy. We are go to come back on board. And with that, you are go to perform sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. We do recommend deferring your step 2.1 for the waste system flush until closer to hatch opening. In section 3, as you are performing your inventory, please collect all your food and water bottle trash and consolidate it into the 2 trash bags within their common bags in location 18. You will transfer the plastic bags containing this trash to ISS for disposal during a scheduled activity after ISS ingress. And do note that you are welcome to defer this inventory until after you eat your meal that is scheduled for right about now.
Okay, Anna, if you could give us 5 minutes before you guys come back on board, we do have some clothing config to complete. Understand we've got to go for sections 1, 2, and 3 of 4.400, and we will consolidate our trash into the bags provided in location 18. And we'll defer the docked waste configuration, section 2 of 4.400, until it gets closer to hatch opening.
Station, we copy 1507.
We copy, and we will wait 5 minutes before coming on board, and we'll check with you before we do so if we don't hear from you first.
Copy, ready.
Questa è la mia postazione in questo momento.
Thanks, Anna.
Qua ci sono le varie inquadrature che posso scegliere, che mi sono messo. E qua trovo lo studio, quindi con le varie robe, le scene, le impostazioni, l'audio e le due transizioni, anche qua in mezzo alle transizioni. Qua tutto, l'anteprima di quello che vedono loro sull'anteprima di questa qua, quindi anche se io modifico da qua.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon. Vestibule pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to stabilize.
Dragon, Endeavor, it's Houston. Calling you on hardline now for a voice check. How do you read?
Chi è nel Pacifico si è appena svegliato, penso un po', che brutto essersi appena svegliati. No, è meglio perché almeno così sei subito pronto per affrontare la giornata con un inizio spettacolare. Però deve essere poi brutto. Mentre carico le varie robe. Prendo una cosa, poi lo subito, tanto voglio dire prima che aprono. probabilmente me la bloccheranno per copyright anche questa parte di live. Però voi sapete che ci ho messo tutto il cuore per farlo. Ho fatto più di 24 ore di live.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling. Space to ground 2 via hardline now for a voice check. Do you read?
Houston Cotton. They're going to say voice check. How the leaders counting 1 to 1, 1 2 2, 1 2 3, 1 2 4, 1 2 5. Houston station, space to ground 2.
And Station Houston on 2, Anatoly, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to swap a couple minor things here and try Dragon again. We're still trying to get calm with Dragon. Stand by 1.
Dragon again. Dragon FM, voice check. How the leaders counting 1 to 1, 1 2 2, 1 2 3, 1 2 4, 1 2 5.
Meglio di no, sono qui mi danno ancora più copyright.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means. Stand by.
Stand by.
And Endeavor, it's Houston calling on Dragon to ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hardline. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
Wow.
And Houston from Endeavor, we're hearing quite a bit of echo on the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible, but we do have you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
Dai, quanto ci mettete ancora?
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to ground. Thanks for that. Very helpful. We'll take a look, and we have you loud and clear on Dragon to ground as well. So we're gonna continue to work it and try to give you a call back in the next few minutes on hardline.
Faccio che mutarmi un attimo.
Endeavor copies. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston working through the steps to pressurize the vestibule. We did have confirmation that vestibule pressurization was underway. We do have power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon after it docked for a contact and capture at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 a.m. Eastern, just earlier this morning. A few other milestones to reach. We need good audio communication hard-lined through the umbilical where Dragon is currently docked on the other side of that hatch, providing now power, just making sure those hard-line communications are intact. Working through that as we count down towards the milestones of opening that hatch.
Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and in section 1 of 4.400, the tablet state of charge are 66 for Doug's and 32 for mine.
Copy 66 for Doug, 32 for Bob. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video now?
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some minor issues trying to get hardline established, so we're working that here, and we're going to be reattempting the comm checks as soon as we think we're go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get-aheads, I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just 1 second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat fingered the wrong procedure.
Yeah, no, it's subtle. So it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring, as we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day. Down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily will be.
Sounds good. And I'm also hearing on that we have done on the ground steps 1 through 4, so it's just 5 and 6 left for you in that teardown procedure.
Copy that. Rush on 3, steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for that. And just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Okay, copy.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline voice check. How do you read? And station standby Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Dragon FM voice check. How to read me? Country 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
And station on 2 for Anatoly. Anatoly, we're hearing you loud and clear in Houston. We seem to have an issue still with COM2 Dragon, so we'll just have you stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready to retry. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, call me on Special Ground 1, please.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about, 25 minutes ago or so, and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour to Dragon hatch opening.
Copy that, Anna. Thanks for those words. It just helps us manage getting things done. And looks like you guys are on board. Welcome aboard, I guess, the integrated space station now, huh?
Indeed. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here.
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Houston or station from Endeavor. I'm not sure the location of that last call, but still quite a bit of skipping and unreadable.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, so we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Endeavor copies. Thanks, Houston.
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a final voice check. Do you have us now?
Houston, Dragon on the big loop. That was an improvement, but it's still completely unreadable.
And Endeavour, Houston on Dragon to Ground 1, we're still hearing you 5x5. Understand it was slightly improved. Were you able to read me at all, or is it unuseful?
Yeah, it was a slight improvement, but it's still unintelligible, almost every word. There was maybe one word that you could have sort of figured out, but that was about it.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. First time, obviously, and we think we're running into some interference issues, but we'll continue to take a look.
We copy. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're tuning in to our coverage, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're hearing a lot of communications from the International Space Station, both from the space station side over space to ground, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, setting up for the hatch opening. You can see a series of cameras scattered around, ready to capture the best views of Bob and Doug coming through that hatch. We did get confirmation just shortly that we did have good pressurization of the vestibule. It'll be about 10 minutes to perform a series of leak checks. Again, that pressure needs to stabilize. The thermal conditions make it swing just a little bit, so just waiting for that to stabilize before those leak checks are finalized. That underway within the next 10 minutes. We do have communications settled in the hardline connection between International Space Station and Dragon. You can see from the inside of Dragon now, the crew doffed or took off their suits, just getting a few things packed up before they eventually open up the hatch after that pressurization is equalized between Space Station and Dragon.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling for a voice check over the big loop. We've retransitioned back to RF, so back to RF. How do you hear us?
Houston Dragon on the Houston Dragon on a big loop. Was that comm check for us?
Yeah, affirmative, Endeavor. It's Houston. We transitioned back to RF because we still had the interference over hardline. So we're back on RF now and just want to make sure we had you.
We've got you loud and clear on RF.
Loud and clear as well. We're just going to leave it here for now. Thank you.
Here's a live look from inside the Crew Dragon. You're seeing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley just preparing the inside of Dragon. They have doffed or taken off their suits. The pressurization between Space Station and Dragon is complete. They just need to perform some leak checks, make sure that pressure is stable before they actually open the hatch. Teams working together on the ground, International Space Station Flight Control Room and the Flight Control Room in Hawthorne to get that big loop communication configured so everyone can hear each other through this process, figured out a workaround using RF connection. This is Mission Control, Houston. If you're just joining us, you're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Bankhead seated on the right side, the pilot seat, or the Joint Operations Mission Commander seat for Demo 2. He and Doug Hurley, the commander of the spacecraft, just preparing the inside, putting away some trash. They just doffed their suits, and right now just waiting for the pressure to equalize between the International Space Station and Bob and Doug. Just two hatches, really, separating them from the inside of the orbiting complex. Aboard International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy has been outfitting Node 2. It's the first node. Once you cross over some of the hatchways, there it is. You can see some of the cameras positioned around to capture the crew coming in to the International Space Station. Much of that work completed at this point. Really, at this point, just waiting for good leak checks between Station and Dragon.
Station Huntsville, Space to Ground 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Go ahead on 3.
Chris, we're not seeing good connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We're coming up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. We removed 3 water bottles.
Copy. 3 bottles removed from bag 203.
Good readback. From location 10, we removed bottles from each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
And Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
That is a good readback, Anna.
I copy.
For location 11, 1 dinner from bag 317, 1 breakfast from bag 315, and 1 lunch from bag 316.
Yeah, there are several.
I copy 1 dinner from 317, 1 breakfast from 315, and 1 lunch from 316.
Folks are interested, but they're all everything that was taken has been sent down.
That's a good readback. And location 12, 1 dinner from bag 321, 1 breakfast from bag 319, and 1 lunch from bag 320.
I copy 1 dinner from 321, 1 breakfast from 319, 1 lunch from 310. And am I correct to conclude all of this includes your consumption from the lunch that you just completed?
That's correct, Anna. We've finished eating, and the lunch we just completed is a good complete list of what I've read down to you so far. The only thing we have remaining is the flush of the waste system here, and we'll do that with a water bottle and report when we do that a little bit later.
Copy. That sounds like a perfect plan. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've seen Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, do much of the setup, but he does have 2 crew members on board, both Russian cosmonauts. Next to him right now is Ivan Wagner, rookie space flyer that was on the same Soyuz spacecraft that Chris Cassidy launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just a little more than a month ago. Also on board is Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin. This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming up on almost 2 hours since the Crew Dragon made contact and was captured by at the International Space Station's forward international docking adapter. That happened at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern. Still working through some of those milestones, equalizing the pressure between Dragon and International Space Station, verifying some of the communications, and of course you see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside, continuing to prepare the inside of their vessel before they make their way inside the orbiting complex.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Do you mind taking the cameras down for just a few minutes here?
We will put that in work and let you know when it's done.
This is Mission Control Houston. You heard the call from Bob Behnken, Joint Operations Mission Commander of the Demo 2 mission, taking down some of those video feeds. We're still waiting for some of those milestones to pass before actually opening the hatch. The Dragon crew continuing to get themselves ready before opening the hatch. Chris Cassidy on the other side, just preparing some of the camera views, making sure everything's set there, done even a little bit ahead of time. We do have confirmation that there is a good data connection path between Dragon and the International Space Station. Some of those checks underway next. Coming up on 2 hours since docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Space Station on 3. The SSC's been rebooted. Any success?
Hey, Chris, we see good connection between the SSC and the camera, and we're just performing the calibration now. We'll start recording shortly. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Dragon copy, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, almost 2 hours ago at this point. At the time of docking, the International Space Station was on Russian thrusters. After contact and capture, was moved over to control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control, now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did get confirmation of good power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon. Dragon now relying on station power. We did get confirmation of good data transmission. And of course, the teams here on the ground, both here in Houston and in Hawthorne, troubleshooting some of the communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are next to confirm the pressure is stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there. That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's two more hatches once you go down that hatchway. One is to the International Docking Adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
SpaceX Dragon with a couple of questions.
I am here and ready to copy.
Hey, Anna. We show about an hour and 11 minutes since we started drying the suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we can put 4.400 section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Copy. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
In Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half hour prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste system flush if that sounds good to you at this time.
Okay, we may give it a few minutes. If it's going to be 30 minutes until hatch opening, we may want to use it just one more time. So, yeah, we may hold off for another 10 minutes or so. But let us know if anything changes. Otherwise, we'll do it then.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon 2 ground. We're still working comm issues. We're going to take down the big loop now. We'll maintain you on Dragon to ground. We'll call you when we have hardline back in place.
Stand by 1 second. Chris.
Dragon copies, Houston. Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I was talking to Dragon.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'm just looking ahead at the PAO event, and I know it says video through the node 2 and space to ground 2 up and down. It would only take me about 1 minute to change back over to the encoder and go do comm the normal way that we do PAO events, if that's something that's preferred. It really is super fast, and I can get you that way in that config real quick if you need it. Later.
Copy, Chris. Yeah, copy. Thanks for that. We'll offer it up, and I'll let you know if we want to go that way.
Copy. Obviously not urgent or important, just throwing it out there.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris, comm config.
Go ahead.
We just wanted to clarify from your last comments. We show it as being in the standard config, whereby you're going to be coming down over the camcorder HD mic, and we'll be going up over space to ground 2, and that's what we're intending. Did you maybe just? We might have missed your intent in your previous remarks. Is that what you had in mind?
No, I had, like we do all other PAO events, we talk, we hold the handheld microphone that is going through the clip-on mic transmitter to the clip-on, through the camera, and then the audio comes down through the encoder. That's how we typically do PAO events. So I could go back to that config if you need, super fast, or if you want to do it this way where we're talking on space to ground 2, that's fine too. I don't care. Just throwing it out there because it's different than we normally do PAO events.
Stand by.
And just to be clear, well, the configuring now is the Node 2 camera is not connected to the encoder, as you probably know. So all I would do is just plug the cable back into the encoder and switch back over to the nominal Node 2 camcorder.
And Chris, that is clear. The camera needs to be plugged into the encoder. So what you're saying is what we need. We don't know where it got swapped up, but the camera should definitely be plugged into the encoder, and audio is coming down via that encoder.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just use it on the. I guess what I was thinking is going back to one without a battery and not be dependent on the battery, and going back over to the nominal cable, which includes power. I just get a little leery about relying on these batteries.
Gabby, we have Photo TV online, so we're talking to them on the phone right now. Stand by one. Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Microphone and the free float camera both connected to the encoder. Does that clear it up?
Okay, copy all. You want the free float camera, and we'll use the handheld microphone through the ATU. Copy all. No problem. I think I'm not communicating. No pun intended. But I think we're in a good config now, and I won't swap over to the nominal Node 2 camera.
Stand by, Chris. Station Houston 3, Chris. If you're still there, we think we still have it backwards. So I see you look. Yeah, I see in the video now. So we still have PAO on the line. Sorry for the confusion, but I think this much is clear. This morning, we moved cameras, we swapped the cameras that were connected to the encoder. What we want now, we're getting video from the free float camera through the encoder, so that's good. We're seeing it right now. What we need, just relaying here, is your lapel mic. That has to go through that new free float camera, so that your mic connects to the free float camera, and then that audio comes down through the encoder. Does that make sense?
That's the config it's in right now, and that's all perfect. The only benefit, I guess, I didn't initially make it clear, is if I switch back to the normal cable and the normal camera, we're not dependent on a battery power on the camera. I just am worried that throughout this whole event we're going to